Chapter 14:13. These two are too ruthless. Do they have a death wish? Pongeng's face twitched. The aftermath of Yang Chuan's self-destruction shook the entire monolith weave. The explosion reverberated throughout the outer eastern continent. It was even more powerful than Yang Chuan's self-destruction. Bearing the brunt of the explosion, Qiao Shi naturally suffered the greatest impact. The moment Yang Chuan self-destructed, Qiao Shi's eyes widened in shock. Isn't the mental fortitude of the sublord of the vast thousand domains too weak? Did they die together just like that? At the same time, Qiao Shi suffered an unprecedented blow. A super explosion. Even Qiao Shi's extremely sturdy Jiangchen body was severely injured. Boom! Qiao Shi was sent flying. His robes were torn to shreds, and his entire body was covered in wounds. His hair was disheveled, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Fat! Bastard! Qiao Shi roared in frustration. He wanted to refine Yang Chuan. What if Qiao Shi self-destructed? Qiao Shi didn't care if he was severely injured, but if Yang Chuan was gone, wouldn't his plan fail? What a terrifying Jiangchen body. Even I might not be able to withstand such a powerful explosion. Qiao Shi actually. Pongeng muttered bitterly. The monolith tribe prided themselves on their sturdy bodies, but now, even Pongeng had self-destructed in fear. Qiao Shi, on the other hand, was severely injured, but not killed. His limbs were intact, but he was covered in wounds. Pongeng were stunned. In the distance, Qiao Shi was even more shocked. After Yang Chuan's self-destruction, the countless fragments suddenly twisted and quickly gathered toward the center. Whoosh! Like a gust of wind, the fragments quickly gathered into a ball. Gradually, the ball of fragments emitted a faint black light. Within the black light, the ball of flesh quickly reformed into a human figure. Countless pieces of flesh reformed into Yang Chuan's appearance. His revived. Pongeng's expression changed. Restoration divine ability. And self-destruction. Explosive beast. He refined it. Pongeng's expression changed. Far East Sea. Zombie Yang Chuan had returned to normal. In the past, he had refined an exploding beast with the human body Yang Chuan. Not only could the human body Yang Chuan return to normal by self-detonating, even the zombie Yang Chuan could do the same. This time, if he had no other choice, zombie Yang Chuan wouldn't use it. After self-detonating once, zombie Yang Chuan's face was deathly pale. Clearly, this self-detonation had consumed some of his yuan qi. You've recovered? The exploding beast's divine ability, Jie Shi exclaimed as he clutched his chest. Zombie Yang Chuan put away the 3,000 clones of the Heavenly Tao and the Black Dragon Great Tao. Then, he went to the last sky-burying coffin. Looks like I got it. Zombie Yang Chuan said while panting. So what if you can blow yourself up? You won't be able to recover to your previous state. Your Jiangchen body is still on the verge of collapse. I can still kill you. Jie Shi controlled the Great Tao and charged again. Ha ha ha, take care of yourself. You won't be so lucky every time. Next time, I'll refine you. Zombie Yang Chuan said in a low voice. Next time? You can't escape. Jie Shi roared angrily. However, at this moment, a portal suddenly appeared behind Yang Chuan. Yin Qi surged out from within. On the other side of the portal, Gui Guzi stood respectfully and said, Celestial Emperor, please enter the netherworld. Whoosh! Yang Chuan stepped in. What? Jie Shi's expression changed. Someone had opened a portal in the netherworld at the same location. Heal up and wait for me to kill you. Zombie Yang Chuan said coldly. Boom! The portal disappeared. By the time Jie Shi arrived, the portal had already closed. Roar! Jie Shi roared angrily. Cough, cough. Despise coughed weakly after he yelled. Jie Shi stared at the spot where Yang Chuan had disappeared. Yang Chuan? Good, very good. I underestimated you. Once I've recovered, I'll personally come to Great Zhen. When that time comes, you'll die. Roar! Jie Shi roared furiously. Jie Shi stepped forward and headed for Boulderstone Weave. Soon, Jie Shi arrived at Boulderstone Peak. I'm going into seclusion to heal. Stand guard for me, Jie Shi said. Pan Gang and Pan Ding frowned, then nodded. The Netherworld. As soon as Yang Chuan entered the Netherworld, he felt a wave of weakness. Celestial Emperor, are you all right? Gui Guzi immediately asked. I'm fine. It's all thanks to you this time, Yang Chuan said weakly. At this moment, even walking seemed to be a little difficult. Although Yang Chuan had this ability, the reason why he rarely used it was because this ability was not without its flaws. Every time he self-detonated, Yang Chuan would expend a large amount of energy and mental strength, so he would become weaker for a short period of time. This was especially true for Yang Chuan, who had already been beaten to his limit by Jesha, so this was even more taxing on him. Unlike the explosive beasts, their disgusting bodies were born for this mystique, so they could quickly recover after each explosion. You're too kind, Celestial Emperor. I'm just following your orders and waiting here. Gui Guzi shook his head. Yang Chuan touched the last sky-burying copper coffin and sneered, We've finally found the last sky-burying copper coffin. Everything was worth it. I'll heal in the sky-burying copper coffin. Bring me back to the Great Qin City and prepare to combine the 9 coffins. Yes. Gui Guzi nodded. Yang Chuan opened the coffin lid and stepped inside. Clang. The coffin lid closed, and Yang Chuan began to recuperate. Gui Guzi waved his sleeve and shot towards the Great Qin City with the sky-burying copper coffin. When Gui Guzi returned to the Great Qin City with the sky-burying copper coffin, once again, a group of experts appeared outside the Great Qin City. Another 80 or so subordinates of the Blue Dragon Emperor swarmed toward Qin Nan in a menacing manner. However, at this moment, the Great Qin City's residents were not nervous at all. They went about their own business, completely ignoring the group of experts that had suddenly arrived. The Great Qin City will disappear from this world. The leader of the experts slammed his palm down. Boom. The massive palm covered the sky and covered the sun. It ferociously slammed towards the Great Qin City. An angry snort suddenly sounded from outside the Great Qin City. A massive palm slammed from the side and collided with the palm. Boom. A single palm strike had shattered the confidence of the invading expert. It was Desolation Hua and a group of experts who were flying over from the Yellow Springs Road. The Celestial Emperor has ordered us to capture all of them. Don't let anyone escape. Desolation Hua shouted. Okay. Boom. The group of experts charged forward. What? Desolation Hua and the others are still here? Emperor Rosefinch lied to us? Amidst the commotion, another great battle broke out. Outer South Continent, Rosefinch Celestial Realm. Emperor Rosefinch's face darkened. Bastard Yang Chuan, he did it on purpose. Emperor, what should we do now? Someone beside him asked anxiously. It seems that I'll have to make a trip to Great Shan personally, Emperor Rosefinch said coldly. Great battles broke out in the outside world. Gui Guzi took advantage of this time to bring back the last sky-burying copper coffin. Clang. Zombie Yang Chuan stepped out of the coffin. Celestial Emperor, how is it? Gui Guzi asked worriedly. It's fine. This coffin contains a large amount of corpse chi that I stored in the Great Thousand World. Although half of it was stolen by Yang Shur, the other half is enough for me to recover, Yang Chuan said in a deep voice. Yes. Don't let anyone disturb me. I'll be in seclusion for a while, Yang Chuan said in a deep voice. Yes. Outside the Great Qin City, the battle continued. Within the Great Qin City, Yang Chuan was in seclusion. Yang Chuan sat cross-legged in the center. There were a total of 9 sky-burying copper coffins around him. The 9 sky-burying copper coffins emitted a gentle green light as if they could sense each other. The green light formed a line that surrounded Yang Chuan. At the center, Yang Chuan was adjusting his breathing with his eyes closed, preparing for the final act of closing the coffin. Deep in the starry sky, at the end of space-time, Tian Gang stirred the mist dragons and slowly revealed a yellow longsword. When the longsword was exposed, the surrounding space was dyed yellow by the light of the yellow sword. Emperor Qing Long, do you see it? Tian Gang said proudly. Sword of power? Emperor Qing Long's eyes shone brighter. That's right. Emperor Qing Long has studied feng shui. You should be able to sense the profoundness of the sword of power, Tian Gang said with a smile. Emperor Qing Long nodded. That's right. As expected of a peerless expert of the first epoch. It's a pity that it's not enough to see it. That's all we can do. Tian Gang shook his head. Not necessarily. Emperor Qing Long sneered. He stretched out his hand and stabbed it into the yellow mist outside the sword of power. Boom. Countless mist dragons bit at Emperor Qing Long's right hand. In the blink of an eye, holes appeared on Emperor Qing Long's right arm. However, this moment was enough for Emperor Qing Long. Boom. Emperor Qing Long grabbed the sword of power. What? Emperor Qing Long, what are you doing? Tian Gang said angrily with his eyes wide open. Tian Gang, you sent me out and hurt my subordinates. Do you think I don't know? 300 of my subordinates have been persecuted. You should compensate me with this sword of power, shouted the Azure Dragon Emperor. Boom. Emperor Qing Long pulled with his right arm. Under Emperor Qing Long's immense strength, the sword of power was instantly pulled away from Tian Gang. Roar. A huge green dragon shadow appeared around Emperor Qing Long. Qing Long's shadow pounced on the sword of power. Roar. It was as if the sword of power was swallowed into its stomach. Heavenly Dipper completely didn't expect that the Azure Dragon Great Emperor, who was still refined and courteous just a moment ago, would suddenly explode and snatch his strongest magic treasure. Bastard, return my sword of power, Tian Gang said angrily. Return? You harmed 300 of my subordinates. This is what you deserve. This sword of power is the compensation I deserve. I have tolerated you for so long. I watched as my subordinates were harmed one by one. Yet, I still pretended to be polite to you. Tian Gang, you should be satisfied. Emperor Qing Long shouted as he kept the sword of power. No, it's not me. It's Yang Chuan. Bastard, the sword of power is mine. Tian Gang attacked with grief. So what if you are a transcended level expert? Emperor Qing Long attacked with his palm. Boom. Chapter 1414. In the Great Qin City, 9 sky-burying coffins surrounded zombie Yang Chuan. Under the control of zombie Yang Chuan, the 9 giant coffins suddenly gathered towards the center. It's time to combine. 9 coffins, combine, Yang Chuan shouted. Boom. The 9 giant coffins collided with each other and instantly shot out billions of green light rays. The entire hall was covered by the green light, and the green light even broke through the roof and shot into the sky. For a moment, countless people in the Great Qin City stopped to watch. Wang. The 9 giant coffins combined into one. They turned into a giant bronze coffin that was 3 times larger. There were some ancient runes floating on the coffin, and it gave off a heavy aura. The power of intimidation forced countless objects in the hall to tremble. My world-suppressing bronze coffin. Yang Chuan's eyes flashed with excitement. In his first life, Yang Chuan's strongest treasure, there was no other. It was the strongest. Back then, even the universe in the palm was overshadowed in front of it. The 9 sky-burying coffins combined into one world-suppressing bronze coffin. Quang. Yang Chuan gently opened the coffin lid. Suddenly, black gas surged into the hall from inside. Roar. Yang Chuan ferociously absorbed the reserves of his first life. Endless energy surged into zombie Yang Chuan's body, and zombie Yang Chuan frantically absorbed it. The entire hall was filled with billowing black gas. Yang Chuan enjoyed the black gas. However, he did not notice that at this moment, a pair of eyes appeared at the top of the black gas, coldly looking at Yang Chuan. A black figure that was like fog was hidden in the black gas, coldly looking at Yang Chuan, who was absorbing the black gas. The black figure waited patiently. The billowing energy from the world-suppressing bronze coffin surged into Yang Chuan's body. Finally, after a day and a night. Boom. A loud sound suddenly came from Yang Chuan's body. 12 heavens. Yang Chuan said with satisfaction. While Yang Chuan was enjoying the process, the black shadow suddenly moved. The moment Yang Chuan relaxed, the shadow attacked Yang Chuan. It wanted to send Yang Chuan into the suppressing world copper coffin. Boom. Yang Chuan's expression changed. Roar. As it opened its mouth, fangs appeared, and a pair of giant wings spread out, instantly blocking the mouth of the world-suppressing bronze coffin. Just a little bit more, just a little bit more, the black shadow said coldly. Yang Chuan's face also darkened as he looked at the black figure in front of him. The black figure looked exactly like him. It was like another Yang Chuan. Moreover, the black figure in front of him was wearing a dragon robe and had a cold and dignified expression. It's you. The artifact spirit of the world-suppressing copper coffin? Yang Chuan asked coldly. The man in the dragon robe smiled coldly. I thought you had forgotten about me. How could I forget about you? In the first life, I had 3 bodies, Bai Yi, Lan, and Ying. In order to refine this world-suppressing copper coffin, I chose to sacrifice 1 body and buried Bai Yi alive in this world-suppressing copper coffin. My purpose was to suppress you, Yang Chuan said in a low voice. Yes, but in the end, in order to become the strongest, you not only swallowed Lan, but also Bai Yi. Therefore, there was no one to suppress me, the man in the dragon robe said in a low voice. But how did you become like this? How did you become like me? I remember that artifact spirits are formless, Yang Chuan said in a low voice. Yes, I am formless. However, have you forgotten that year, before you died? The man in the dragon robe sneered. Before I died, I sealed a portion of my will and put it in the world-suppressing copper coffin. I knew that I would die, so I left a portion of Ying's will. Yang Chuan's expression changed. Yes, that portion of Ying's will has been refined by me. From now on, I am Ying, and Ying is me. Roar. The man in the dragon robe opened his mouth and roared. As he roared, the man in the dragon robe spat out his fangs, looking like a zombie. Ying. Yang Chuan's face fell. Yes, the reason why the world-suppressing copper coffin is strong is because of the artifact spirit. However, the artifact spirit needs to be suppressed, so it needs to bury a peerless expert alive. The stronger the peerless expert, the higher the growth of the artifact spirit, and the stronger the world-suppressing copper coffin. What an amazing idea. Bai Huang created the universe in the palm, and you created the world-suppressing copper coffin? In order to perfect the world-suppressing copper coffin, you actually generously spread the refining method to the world. After observing the effects of refining the world-suppressing copper coffin, you finally discovered that there is a limit to burying a peerless expert alive. Burying yourself alive is the best choice. The artifact spirit becomes stronger because of the person who is buried alive, and the person who is buried alive becomes stronger because of the artifact spirit. In this way, the clone of the person who is buried alive becomes stronger. Ha ha ha, as expected of Bai Yi. Yang Chuan narrowed his eyes. You can already leave the world-suppressing copper coffin? By using the world-suppressing copper coffin to split from 1 into 9, I have already severed myself. The world-suppressing copper coffin now has a new artifact spirit. Now that I have separated myself, in order to strengthen the world-suppressing copper coffin, I need to find another peerless expert to bury alive. Naturally, I can't do it myself, so the best choice is you. Bai Yi. The artifact spirit said. Me? With just you? Yang Chuan said coldly. I am Ying, and you are Bai Yi. Didn't we meet once before? The artifact spirit said. You are Ying. What a joke, you have only inherited a portion of my will from my first life. Yang Chuan said. Yang Realm, Xianyang City. People of the world, I need your help. Raise your right hand and lend me your strength. Yang Chuan shouted in human form. In an instant, Yang Chuan's voice spread throughout the world. Countless people in the 28 domains quickly raised their right hands. The golden dragon of providence dragged endless power and charged towards Yang Chuan in human form. Rumble. Surging power surged into Yang Chuan's body. In an instant, all the officials in Xianyang were alarmed. That was because there were no enemies outside of Xianyang. What was going on? Soon, the officials of Great Shen rushed to Skyward Palace. Meow, Yang Chuan, what happened? Meow exclaimed. We'll talk later. Yang Chuan shook his head. Zizi, Le and Zhao Afeng were all alarmed. Zizi, send me to the netherworld. Yang Chuan said. Okay. Zizi nodded. Boom. Zizi quickly brought Yang Chuan into the netherworld. Outside the Great Qin city, almost all of Great Emperor Qing Long's subordinates had been taken down. The officials were in high spirits when they suddenly saw Yang Chuan appear. "Greetings, Celestial Emperor." Everyone bowed. Yang Chuan nodded and quickly rushed to the training room in the distance. Gui Gu's face sank because he could see that this was Yang Chuan in human form. "What happened?" Mournful Flower asked in a low voice. "Follow the previous arrangements and do what you need to do," Gui Guzi ordered. "Yes, sir," everyone replied. "Empress, what happened?" Gui Guzi asked solemnly. "I don't know either. They suddenly mobilized the power of the Yang realm and rushed here." Zizi shook her head. "Achem." Gui Guzi revealed a look of anxiety. In the distance, Yang Chuan in human form opened the door to the training room. Boom. Rolling black smoke gushed out as Yang Chuan stepped in and quickly closed the door of the cultivation hall. Inside the hall, the world-suppressing bronze coffin's artifact spirit attacked zombie Yang Chuan. Its enormous strength was actually stronger than zombie Yang Chuan's. 12th Heaven. You haven't recovered to the peak of your first life. You are no match for me, the artifact spirit said in a low voice. Rumble. Zombie Yang Chuan struggled with all its might. You know, although I'm a little weaker than you in your first life, I'm still at the 14th heaven. Go in. The artifact spirit pushed zombie Yang Chuan, wanting to push zombie Yang Chuan step by step into the hall. At that moment, the door to the hall suddenly opened, and Yang Chuan in human form suddenly rushed in. The artifact spirit was fighting zombie Yang Chuan and couldn't free himself for a moment. When he suddenly looked over, his eyes turned cold. You've usurped life again in this life. The artifact spirit's expression changed. Universe in the palm. Zombie Yang Chuan struck out with his palm. Boom. In a hurry, the artifact spirit couldn't resist and was instantly pushed into the world-suppressing bronze coffin. No. The artifact spirit exclaimed. Quang. The two Yang Chuan quickly closed the coffin lid. Rumble. The world-suppressing bronze coffin shook rapidly, and the artifact spirit inside seemed to want to rush out. Buzz. Let me out. The two Yang Chuan stuck to each side and quickly urged their strength to refine the world-suppressing bronze coffin. Buzz. Yang Chuan and the artifact spirit were fighting for the ownership of the world-suppressing bronze coffin. In the outside world, a group of queens quickly entered the netherworld from the Yang realm. Meow, Sister Zizi, what happened? Meow also rushed over anxiously. I don't know. Zizi shook her head. Meow, I'll go take a look. Meow stepped forward to go over. Don't go, don't disturb the Emperor of Heaven. Giguzi shook his head. Meow. The Emperor of Heaven can handle it, so he didn't tell us anything. However, the Emperor of Heaven left in a hurry, so it should be very important. It's not good to disturb him and distract him, Giguzi said. All right. Meow nodded. Zizi, Zhao Arfang, Le and Mo Yushi waited anxiously. At the end of time and space, Emperor Qing Long and Tian Gang fought for a while. Tian Gang, you can't do anything to me. You alone are not enough to take back the Sword of Force. Emperor Qing Long laughed. Tian Gang was flustered. Emperor Qing Long, you're shameless. Leave it with me for now. You can't take it back from me unless Lotus God comes. When he comes, let him take it back. Emperor Qing Long laughed. Tian Gang was depressed. He had suffered a great loss this time. That was his strongest treasure. Although he was a transcendent, he was only at the 14th heaven. He couldn't take it back. When Lotus God comes, it will be your doomsday. Tian Gang roared angrily. Ha 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 ha, I'll wait for him. Emperor Qing Long laughed. Whoosh. Emperor Qing Long fell to the ground. Tian Gang stood alone at the end of time and space, feeling depressed. Why was he so unlucky? The Azure Dragon Emperor charged straight for the Astral Palace. Boom. Soon, he landed in front of Tian Gang Palace. There were more than 200 experts standing in front of Tian Gang Palace. Greetings, Master, the group of experts said respectfully. Master, 300 of our brothers died in the hands of Great Shun's heavenly court. Master, please help us. Everyone said anxiously. Emperor Qinglong's eyes turned cold as he said, "Let's go. Follow me to the great Qin city and meet this Yang Chuan." Yes. Everyone was overjoyed. Chapter 14:15. Emperor Qinglong led his 200 subordinates and quickly flew towards the great Qin city. "Master, that's what happened." "That's right, Master. Emperor Rosefinch sent a letter, and some of our brothers fell into Yang Chuan's hands. Emperor Rosefinch can't escape responsibility." Everyone described what had happened, and Emperor Qinglong fell into deep thought. Emperor Rosefinch. There's no need for him to collude with Yang Chuan. Perhaps it was an accident, Emperor Qinglong said in a low voice. Yes. Although everyone was still brooding, they still nodded in agreement. On the other side, Emperor Rosefinch led 30 subordinates and quickly flew towards the great Qin city. His subordinates followed behind Emperor Rosefinch without saying a word. At this moment, in the plaza in front of the central palace in the great Qin city, a large number of officials, empresses, and Miao were standing. Although Yang Chuan didn't say anything, they knew that there was definitely danger in Yang Chuan's cultivation room. The empresses all looked worried. At the same time, at the peak of a mountain far away from the great Qin city, the emperor carried a long saber on his back and stood on the peak of the mountain, looking over coldly. Although they were separated by a large hall, the emperor could feel the surging hostility in the hall. Yang Chuan? The emperor's eyes turned cold. The feelings he had for Yang Chuan in the past seemed to have completely disappeared. After looking at the hall filled with hostility for a while, the emperor turned to look at Le, his other self. An intense look of worry appeared on Le's face. Emotions are indeed the most useless thing. They only make people stupid. Not only was Yang Chuan unable to protect Le, but he even made Le worried. This place is indeed not suitable for Le, the emperor said coldly. Whoosh. The emperor stepped forward. In the blink of an eye, he flew into the great Qin city. Stop. Immediately, a guard shouted. However, just as he shouted, he was stunned. Empress. Countless guards revealed looks of astonishment. After all, the emperor looked exactly the same as Le. Guiguzi and the others also noticed the emperor flying over. With a wave of his hand, the guards quickly retreated. Boom. The emperor landed in front of the central palace. In front of the central hall, almost everyone suddenly looked at the emperor. Emperor? Le asked in surprise. Emperor? Why are you here? Miao asked in surprise. The empresses looked at the emperor but did not say anything. The emperor ignored the crowd and only looked at Le. Le, come with me. Diazhen is more dangerous, the emperor said in a deep voice. Ah! Le's expression changed. Miao, emperor, what are you doing? Didn't you ask Le to stay? Why are you taking Le away all of a sudden? Miao shouted. I've changed my mind, the emperor said in a deep voice. Le's expression immediately became complicated. She shook her head, and a look of panic appeared on her face as she took a small step back. I won't go with you. Le shook her head. The emperor's face darkened. Who? Gui Guzi, Hua Chiliang, Bai Qi, and the other officials blocked the emperor's path. As long as the empress was unwilling, no one could take the empress of Diazhen away. This was not only to protect Le's will but also to protect Diazhen's dignity. If anyone came and took the empress away, where would Diazhen's dignity go? The officials immediately became vigilant because they knew how powerful the emperor was. Why do you want to take me away? I feel pretty good in Diazhen. Le shook her head. The emperor stared at Le and said in a deep voice, I feel that it's very dangerous for you to stay in Diazhen. Yang Chuan caused you to frown even more, causing you to panic even more. Le shook her head and said, this is called worry. Do you know? This is what you treasured the most in the past. What I treasured the most in the past. The emperor raised his brows as an inexplicable frustration grew in his heart. I'd rather not have worry. This is the best. The emperor shook his head. That's something that you've already lost. You've already forgotten its taste, but I remember. I'll keep it for you. I'll keep it all. One day, I'll return it to you, Le said gently. I don't need it. The emperor shook his head. Le showed some bitterness. I won't go back with you. I was in danger in the past because I was willful. If I stay in Xianyang, I won't be in danger. Don't make me end up like you. The emperor fell silent. After a while, he looked at Le. The emperor knew that he had lost his emotions. However, were emotions really that good? Should he let Le stay by Yang Chuan's side without regard for her safety? If something happened to Le, the emperor would also be in trouble. Only by staying by his side could he ensure her safety. The emperor's gaze gradually became determined. He had to take Le away. At the side, Zizi's expression changed. She immediately called out, "Emperor." The emperor frowned and looked at Zizi. You handed Le to Yang Chuan back then. If you want to take Le away, shouldn't you wait for Yang Chuan to come out of seclusion and talk to him before taking Le away? Zizi immediately said. The emperor looked at Zizi and fell silent. Although he wanted to take Le away immediately, the emperor knew that he definitely had other plans in the past. He had to respect his past self and wait for Yang Chuan to come out. Most importantly, the emperor and Le were the same person after all. He did not want to force himself too much. He still hoped that Le could leave with him willingly. All right. I will wait for Yang Chuan to come out of seclusion. The emperor nodded. Gui Guzi and the others secretly sighed. Everyone waited patiently. 2 days later. Boom. From the south, an extremely ferocious aura suddenly rushed over. Set up the formation. Gui Guzi's expression changed. With a wave of his hand, the Great Qin City's formation quickly activated. Outside the Great Qin City, billowing waves swept towards the Great Qin City. In an instant, a large number of mountain peaks outside the city collapsed, and a world-destroying might rushed down. The entire Great Qin City's formation seemed to be shaking violently. From afar, there were more than 200 people. The leader was dressed in a green robe. He had a broad face and a skull on his forehead. A ferocious, domineering aura exuded from his body. There were more than 200 people behind him, and all of them had an aggressive aura. However, compared to the leader of the group, they were much weaker. Emperor Qinglong? Mournful Hua's expression darkened. The expressions of many officials in the Great Qin Empire changed, especially the Second Epoch experts who had been recruited. At this moment, when they saw Emperor Qinglong, they were inexplicably panicked. After all, they had captured many of Emperor Qinglong's people not long ago. Emperor Qinglong's ferocity had already begun in the Second Epoch. Gui Guzi's expression was gloomy. He took a step forward and stood at the head of the officials. He coldly looked at Emperor Qinglong in the distance. Just by standing in mid-air, half of the world seemed to have been dyed green. Before Emperor Qinglong could speak, suddenly, another powerful aura rushed over from the other side. Boom! The other half of the sky was dyed fiery red. The leader of the 31 people was dressed in a red robe. It was Miao Rulai. Miao Rulai? Gui Guzi's expression darkened. No, it's Emperor Rosefinch. Mournful Hua shook his head solemnly. Just Emperor Qinglong's arrival was enough to give Mournful Hua a headache. Now, there was Emperor Rosefinch. Even though Mournful Hua was incomparably arrogant, he understood that the Great Qin Empire was in danger. Emperor Qinglong turned to look at Emperor Rosefinch. Emperor Rosefinch. Emperor Qinglong said in a deep voice. The subordinates behind him looked at Emperor Rosefinch, still brooding. Emperor Qinglong, haha, I underestimated the Great Qin Empire not long ago, causing you to lose dozens of subordinates. I'm here to make up for my past mistakes. Emperor Rosefinch said in a deep voice. Ha 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 ha, the ignorant are not guilty. I believe you. Emperor Qinglong nodded. Emperor Rosefinch nodded and smiled. I believe you must have sensed such a big matter, but you haven't been able to return. It seems like you have gained a lot, right? Emperor Qinglong looked at Emperor Rosefinch meaningfully and finally nodded. That's right. Oh. There aren't many things in the world that you value. Could it be? Emperor Rosefinch's expression changed. The vermilion bird Great Emperor immediately thought of the First Era. When he thought of this, He looked at the azure dragon Great Emperor with a hint of jealousy. However, Emperor Rosefinch hid it extremely well. He turned to look at the people in front of the central palace. Gooey Goozy, you again? Could it be that you're in charge of the Great Shan Empire now? Emperor Rosefinch said in a deep voice. This question was extremely harsh. The Great Shan Empire was Yang Chuan's Great Shan Empire. How could Gooey Goozy be in charge? Emperor Rosefinch, you must be joking. The Great Shan Empire is the Heavenly Emperor's Great Shan Empire. I'm just a subject. With Emperor Rosefinch's status, there's no need to taint his subject, right? Gooey Goozy said in a deep voice. Haha, where's Yang Chuan? Emperor Qing Long and I are both here. Is he still hiding? Emperor Rosefinch yelled in a deep voice. In an instant, the yell reverberated throughout the great Qin city. Everyone glared at Emperor Rosefinch. Emperor Qing Long smiled and stood in the air without saying a word. Below, the emperor narrowed his eyes. Do you see that? Yang Chuan is causing trouble everywhere. Even I might not be a match for these two people. You should leave this place with me, the emperor whispered to Le only bit her lips and shook her head. Within the cultivation palace, the two Yang Chuan activated the world-suppressing bronze coffin. The tremors from the coffin finally disappeared. However, the two of them still had their hands on the coffin. It seems that something has happened outside, the human Yang Chuan said in a deep voice. The artifact spirit hasn't been buried alive. The human body will continue to refine it. The corpse will go out and deal with it, the zombie Yang Chuan said in a deep voice. The two of them shared the same consciousness. At this moment, there was no need to be pretentious. The human Yang Chuan continued to refine the world-suppressing bronze coffin. The zombie Yang Chuan stood up, brushed the dust off his robe, and walked out of the palace. Quang. The door opened. The officials of Great Qin looked over. Inside the door, black gas was billowing, and no one could see what was inside. Quang. The zombie Yang Chuan extended his hand and closed the door of the cultivation palace. Emperor Qing Long and Emperor Rosefinch walked towards the central palace plaza step by step. Celestial Emperors, the officials said respectfully. When they saw the two Celestial Emperors arrive, some of the officials were still worried. After all, the two Celestial Emperors were too famous. Now that two of them had come, who could be a match for them? Now that Yang Chuan had walked out, everyone seemed to have found their backbone and secretly sighed. Everyone stared at Yang Chuan. Yang Chuan slowly walked to the front of the crowd. Celestial Emperor Qing Long? Celestial Emperor Rosefinch? Yang Chuan said in a deep voice. Chapter 1416. Netherworld, Great Qin City. At the entrance of the central palace, Yang Chuan led the ministers and looked at Emperor Qing Long and Emperor Rosefinch in the distance. Emperor Qing Long? Emperor Rosefinch? Yang Chuan said in a deep voice. Emperor Qing Long narrowed his eyes and examined Yang Chuan. Then, a trace of surprise appeared on his face. The body of a general. A cold smile appeared on Emperor Vermilion Bird's face. So what? Emperor Qing Long, didn't you want to ask Yang Chuan for someone? Now, the person in question is here. Emperor Rosefinch. Yang Chuan suddenly said. Emperor Rosefinch looked over. Emperor Qing Long, I naturally know why you're here. However, I wonder why you've come to the Great Qin City. Yang Chuan stared at Emperor Rosefinch. At this moment, Emperor Qing Long seemed to have chosen to watch the show and did not interrupt. Yang Chuan's expression was unfriendly as he stared at Emperor Rosefinch. Great Zhan had captured 300 of Emperor Qing Long's subordinates, but they had never captured Emperor Rosefinch's subordinates. Their grudge with Emperor Rosefinch was at most the past Miao Rulai. What's the matter? Who are you to ask me what's the matter? Emperor Rosefinch sneered. How dare you? The ministers of Great Zhan immediately berated. Yang Chuan waved his hand, and the ministers fell silent. Yang Chuan looked coldly at Emperor Rosefinch. Emperor Rosefinch, my Great Zhan Heavenly Court has no grudge with your Rosefinch Celestial Realm. You've suddenly offended me, so I won't pursue the matter. Next, It's between me and Emperor Qinglong. Please leave immediately, or else. Or else what? Emperor Rosefinch said disdainfully. Or else, don't blame me for not reminding you. Yang Chuan's tone gradually became unfriendly. Ha 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 ha, reminding me? Yang Chuan, you're already at the end of the road. What else do you have to rely on? How dare you speak so arrogantly to me? Emperor Rosefinch said disdainfully. Emperor Rosefinch wasn't the only one who didn't believe him. Emperor Qinglong was well aware of Yang Chuan's strength. It could even be said that the entire Great Qin city wasn't his match. Yet, he still wanted to offend Emperor Rosefinch at this time. I never speak nonsense when it comes to such matters. Emperor Rosefinch, go back to where you came from. Otherwise, you might never be able to return to your Rosefinch celestial realm, Yang Chuan said in a deep voice. You want to keep me here? Do you think you can keep me here? Emperor Rosefinch said in astonishment. At this moment, no one knew if Yang Chuan was crazy or if Yang Chuan was scared silly. You want to keep me here? I'll say it again. If you don't leave now, it won't be so easy for you to leave later, Yang Chuan said in a deep voice. At this moment, it wasn't just Emperor Rosefinch and Emperor Qinglong's people. Even some of Great Qin's officials were confused. How could the Celestial the Arch be so sure? That was Emperor Rosefinch, an expert from the Second Epoch. They didn't know how to describe the Celestial the Arch. Pretending to be mysterious. Come on then. Make it so that I won't be able to return to the Rosefinch celestial realm. Emperor Rosefinch naturally didn't believe him and shouted coldly. Yang Chuan smiled coldly and turned to look at a large hall not far away. Gentlemen, I agree to your matter. Emperor Rosefinch will be handed over to the two of you. Hey! Almost everyone was slightly stunned. You have helpers? Emperor Rosefinch asked in confusion. From the moment you sent a message to Big Dipper Palace, I knew how narrow-minded you were. You can't even put aside the grudges from Miao Rulai. You'll definitely come to the Great Qin city to cause trouble, Yang Chuan said coldly. Big Dipper Palace sent a message? You have people in Big Dipper Palace? Rosefinch asked in a deep voice. At this moment, the door of the large hall slowly opened. Two figures walked out. One was dressed in a golden robe and had a dignified expression. The other was dressed in a yellow robe and carried a huge gourd on his back. Golden the Arch. Emperor Rosefinch's face darkened. Ha ha ha, Emperor Rosefinch, you're still so narrow-minded. The golden-robed Golden the Arch laughed. Why are you here? Didn't Yang Chuan embarrass you? Emperor Rosefinch asked in surprise. You're talking about the East Sea in the Yang realm? Heh, you're thinking too much. Golden the Arch said coldly. Impossible. Even so, it's impossible for Yang Chuan to call you over so easily, Emperor Rosefinch said in a deep voice. There are some things that I don't need to tell you, Golden the Arch said in a deep voice. Having said that, Golden the Arch turned to Yang Chuan and said, Yang Chuan, remember your promise. Yang Chuan looked at Golden the Arch and Sho Di and said, it's up to the two of you. I'll do whatever you do. What if we kill Emperor Rosefinch? Sho Di asked in a deep voice. Kill Emperor Rosefinch? Everyone was stunned. Even Emperor Rosefinch looked at Sho Di, who was carrying a huge gourd on his back. Where did this person come from? What a boastful tone. Yang Chuan stared at Sho Di and took a deep breath. My body will fight to the death. What Yang Chuan meant was that one of the two bodies was ready to be sacrificed. Great. I'm also looking forward to the extreme of the Jiangchen body. Sho Di nodded. Sho Di turned his head and a cold light flashed across his eyes. He shot a glance at Emperor Rosefinch. Who are you? The Vermilion Bird Emperor asked in a low voice. Sho Di. Sho Di replied. He waved his hand and the immortal slaying gourd flew out. Treasure, please turn around. Swish. A white light shot out from the immortal slaying gourd towards Emperor Rosefinch. How dare you? One of Emperor Rosefinch's subordinates stood in front of Emperor Rosefinch. Boom. Wherever the white light passed, the powerhouses of the Second Epoch were instantly beheaded. The white light charged towards the Vermilion Bird Great Emperor without hesitation. Humph. The vermilion bird emperor let out a cold snort and pointed his right finger at the white light. Boom. There was a loud collision and the void shattered. The white light flew back to the immortal slaying gourd. Emperor Huang Jin and Sho Di charged towards Emperor Rosefinch. Emperor Rosefinch, humph. You plotted against me in the second epoch. Did you expect this day to come? Take my punch, Emperor Huang Jin shouted. He threw a punch at Emperor Rosefinch. Emperor Rosefinch's face darkened. He seemed to know how powerful Emperor Huang Jin was and quickly countered with a palm. Boom. The fist and palm collided. Emperor Rosefinch's subordinates were sent flying. Emperor Rosefinch was also sent flying for more than 100 feet. You brute! Emperor Rosefinch scolded. I'm just full of strength. So what? Humph. You plotted against me because you were jealous of my strength. You want to refine my strength. Dream on. Emperor Huang Jin shouted. Boom. Emperor Huang Jin, Sho Di, and Emperor Rosefinch were locked in a stalemate. They moved further and further away as they moved towards the distant sky. Emperor Qinglong had been watching in silence. The subordinates behind Emperor Qinglong were astonished. Emperor Huang Jin? Heh. Yang Chuan, you really know how to find people? Emperor Qinglong said in a deep voice. Of course. If I asked Emperor Huang Jin to deal with you, he would definitely be unwilling to accept this grudge. However, Emperor Rosefinch is different. The two of them already have a grudge against each other. With my promise, he would naturally be willing to do me a favor, Yang Chuan said in a deep voice. Oh. Golden Great Emperor is looking for trouble when he has nothing to do with you. It's impossible for him to do it. It's a thankless task, just like Vermilion Bird Great Emperor. This time, he's also looking for trouble. He came to my Great Shan Empire to cause trouble. Naturally, it's a thankless task. I don't think you're grateful to him for coming to help you, right? Yang Chuan said in a deep voice. Emperor Qinglong looked at Yang Chuan and said, It's a pity that you're cultivating the body of generals and ministers. You succeed and fail because of this body, Emperor Qinglong, you don't have to worry about this. I don't think you came all the way here just to lament about this, right? Yang Chuan said in a deep voice. Ha! That's right. Of course not. I'm observing the starry sky. Most of the 300 people under me who came here to cause trouble are still alive. Let them out, Emperor Qinglong said in a deep voice. Yang Chuan smiled faintly and shook his head. Emperor Qinglong, it seems like you believed the letter I sent to you. Moreover, you must have obtained great benefits from Tiangang. Emperor Qinglong raised his eyebrows. Tiangang's subordinate, the Snake Emperor, is the supreme beast of the Great Shan Serpent tribe. I'm sure you're aware of this, Yang Chuan said in a deep voice. Snake Emperor? The person Tiangang trusts the most. The supreme beast of the Great Shan Serpent tribe? Qinglong's face sank. That's right. Everything was premeditated. Otherwise, how could you have obtained benefits from Tiangang so easily? Why would he compromise again and again just to stall for time? Yang Chuan said in a deep voice. I see. All right, let my subordinates out. Let's forget about this grudge. Emperor Qinglong nodded. Emperor Qinglong understood that if it weren't for Yang Chuan's premeditated plan, Tiangang wouldn't have been fooled and he wouldn't have obtained the sword so easily. Therefore, he owed Yang Chuan a favor. Moreover, Yang Chuan was very honest. Although his subordinates were captured, they didn't seem to have died. Therefore, Emperor Qinglong wanted to forget about this grudge. Forget about it. The subordinates behind Emperor Qinglong frowned slightly, but no one said anything. As for the officials of Great Shan, they secretly heaved a sigh of relief. A huge crisis was resolved just like that. It was a false alarm. Countless officials revealed smiles. However, Yang Chuan, who was at the front, shook his head and said, Emperor Qinglong, leave immediately. Let's forget about it. Huh. Emperor Qinglong's face sank. Yang Chuan wasn't willing to let go of his subordinates. Great Emperor Azure Dragon, the country has its own laws. Unless Great Shan has no other choice, Great Shan has never shown mercy to those who have violated Great Shan. Let your subordinates reflect in Da Zhen's heavenly prison. I'll release them when they're done reflecting, Yang Chuan said in a deep voice. Impudent. Emperor Qing Long glared. Yang Chuan didn't back down at all. He stared coldly at Emperor Qing Long. Those 300 people had already been crippled by the massive heavenly cycle star formation. Letting them go would only increase their hatred. It was better to imprison them in Great Zhen. In an instant, the atmosphere that had just calmed down became tense again. Emperor Qing Long, you have already gotten what you wanted from Big Dipper. You should be satisfied. Don't tell me you want to obtain Big Dipper's treasures without any losses and then transfer Big Dipper's hatred to me. How can there be such a good thing in the world? There are gains and losses. Please go back, Yang Chuan said in a deep voice. What if I insist on taking them away? Emperor Qing Long asked in a deep voice. As he spoke, Emperor Qing Long released his aura. An aura of heaven's might descended from the sky. Instantly, countless cultivators in the Great Qin city couldn't breathe. Chapter 14-17. Great Emperor Rosefinch against Great Emperor Huangjin and Sho Di. Great Emperor Rosefinch was naturally aware of Great Emperor Huangjin's strength. However, Sho Di's strength surprised Great Emperor Rosefinch time and time again. Treasure, please turn around. The Immortal slaying flying saber turned into a stream of light and shot out, instantly colliding with Great Emperor Rosefinch. Boom. The Immortal slaying flying saber flew back instantly. A bloody wound appeared on Great Emperor Rosefinch's shoulder. Impossible. Who are you? Great Emperor Rosefinch shouted. Great Emperor Rosefinch, you really don't have a good memory. Don't you remember? Great Emperor Huangjin sneered. God. Great Emperor Rosefinch's eyes widened. I remember now. In the second epoch, 2 people came to my vermilion bird celestial realm to cause trouble. One of them held a green-skinned gourd and released a sky full of fire crows to compete with my fire vermilion bird. The other was a violet gourd that could absorb all things. They claimed to be from the divine realm. Great Emperor Rosefinch's eyes narrowed. You remember now? That's 4th brother's fire crow gourd and 7th brother's primordial gourd. Sho Di said coldly. 4th brother? 7th brother? You're also from the divine realm? Great Emperor Rosefinch's eyes narrowed. Sho Di sneered. Boom. Sho Di's attacks became more and more ferocious. In front of the central palace. What if I insist on taking them away? Great Emperor Qing Long asked in a deep voice. As he spoke, Great Emperor Qing Long released his aura. An aura of heaven's might descended from the sky, instantly suppressing countless cultivators in the Great Qin city and suffocating them. Yang Chuan took a step forward and said without backing down, Great Emperor Qing Long, I've considered Great Emperor Rosefinch. Do you think I won't consider you? Huh. Great Emperor Qing Long's face darkened. Yang Chuan didn't waste any more time and looked at another palace in the distance. Quang. The door to the hall opened with a bang, revealing a black-robed man drinking from a cup. Tongtian sect leader. Many of the ministers recognized him at a glance. I was just thinking, what are you going to do with 2 great emperors? I didn't expect you to invite Golden Sovereign aside from me. Tongtian laughed heartily. Who? Instantly, the prime of Tongtian appeared in front of Yang Chuan. Can you handle this battle? Yang Chuan looked at Tongtian and asked. Skyreach glanced at Martial Monarch Qing Long and said with a frown, the martial monarchs of the second epoch are not weaker than my teacher. However, I've also reached the 15th heavenly layer in the battle in the past. I'll lend you a hand for the sake of our friendship. All right. Yang Chuan nodded. Then, Yang Chuan looked at Martial Monarch Qing Long again. Martial Monarch Qing Long, you've seen it. Please go back. The treasures of Tiangang should be able to offset your losses. Yang Chuan advised again. Yang Chuan? You're indeed scheming. However, if you were me, would you just leave? Martial Monarch Qing Long said with a smile. No. Yang Chuan said in a deep voice. That's enough. If you want me to leave, you'll have to show me the means to make me leave. Martial Monarch Qing Long said in a deep voice. If that's the case, I'm sorry. Yang Chuan said in a deep voice. It seems like I still have to take action. Tongtian sect laughed. Yang Chuan nodded. Martial monarch Qing Long looked at Tongtian sect leader. Tongtian sect leader? I've heard of your name in this life. The strongest disciple of Hongjun? Let me see what you're capable of. Martial monarch Qing Long said in a deep voice. Then, Martial monarch Qing Long waved his hand and said, without my order, no one is allowed to take action. Yes. Everyone replied. Tongtian sect leader stared at Martial monarch Qing Long. He took a deep breath and pulled out the god-slaying sword from his back. God-slaying sword. Tongtian sect leader shouted. The god-slaying sword in his hand shot towards Martial monarch Qing Long. Boom. A purple sword ray pierced through the void and charged towards Martial monarch Qing Long. Martial monarch Qing Long reached out his hand and grabbed. A green dragon claw appeared in the void. Boom. The sword and claw collided, and the sound shook the heavens and earth. Tongtian sect leader took a step forward and shot towards Martial monarch Qing Long. Boom. The two peerless experts began to fight. SSSS. 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 Tongtian sect leader's sword Dao was extremely sharp. In an instant, the sky was filled with Tongtian sect leader's silhouettes. As he swung his body, huge sword marks were left behind. The void was torn countless times. The battle between the two continued to rise to the sky. Martial monarch Qing Long's subordinates frowned. The battle between Martial monarch Qing Long and Tongtian sect leader was too fast. Ordinary cultivators couldn't even see their movements clearly. They could only see the claw marks and sword marks. Every sword mark was like a heavenly river. In the sky above the great Qin city, billions of black holes appeared. This battle lasted for an entire day. Tongtian sect leader, your sword Dao is indeed powerful, Yarou Tianshang said in a deep voice. It's not enough. Tongtian sect leader has tried his best, but is still no match for Martial monarch Qing Long, Yang Chuan said in a deep voice. Meow, that can't be. I saw that the two of them were evenly matched. Meow said in confusion. Look again, Yang Chuan said. Boom. In the sky, Martial monarch Qing Long seemed to be a little annoyed. Suddenly, billions of green lights burst out from his body. As soon as the green lights appeared, they surged in all directions like an ocean. They instantly filled up all the sword marks left by Tongtian sect leader and dyed the entire starry sky green. In the green starry sky, Martial monarch Qing Long's strength seemed to have skyrocketed. A huge heaven and earth altar suddenly appeared beneath his feet. The Great Emperor altar of the Martial monarch karmic rank. Yang Chuan's eyes narrowed. He saw that the heaven and earth altar wasn't round like Yang Chuan's. Instead, it was a triangle. However, one side was an arc. It was like 1/9 of a circle. Martial monarch Qing Long stepped on this strange Great Emperor altar. His strength skyrocketed. Suddenly, he threw a punch. Boom. Tongtian sect leader was instantly sent flying. However, Tongtian sect leader swung his long hair and charged forward again. The speed of the immortal slaying sword in his hand became faster and faster. Boom. Boom. Martial monarch Qing Long instantly gained the upper hand. Great Emperor altar? Are the other Great Emperor's altars the same? Yang Chuan said in a deep voice. Desolation Hua nodded. Yes, the heaven and earth altar of the Great Emperors are the same. That's not right, Yang Chuan said in a deep voice. Huh. This Great Emperor altar is 1/9 of a circle. Then, wouldn't 9 Great Emperor altars form a perfect circle? Yang Chuan said in a deep voice. Ah! Desolation Hua's face changed. In the past, he only knew that the Great Emperors were fierce and the Great Emperor altars had a special shape. However, he had never thought that 9 Great Emperor altars could be combined. Heavenly Emperor, according to what you said, it does seem to be the case. 9 Great Emperor altars can be combined to form a huge circular altar. However, if that's the case, wouldn't there only be 9 Great Emperor karmic ranks in the world? Desolation Hua said in a deep voice. That's right. So, there's only one way to become a Great Emperor that you mentioned previously. You can't be born on your own. You can only take it from the 9 Great Emperors. Yang Chuan said in a deep voice. Yes. Desolation Hua nodded. High up in the sky, the prime of Tongtian kept attacking. However, martial monarch Qinglong was too strong. His body was covered with green scales. Even if the prime of Tongtian's sword hit his body, it could not break through martial monarch Qinglong's defense. How strong is martial monarch Qinglong? Miao frowned. Peak of level 15. However, with the great emperor karmic rank, his strength might be able to reach level 16. Desolation Hua said in a deep voice. Miao! Miao exclaimed. Tongtian can't stop martial monarch Qinglong, Giguzi said in a deep voice. Yang Chuan nodded. He took a deep breath and was about to speak. Heavenly Emperor, let me go. Desolation Hua suddenly laughed. Oh! Yang Chuan looked at Desolation Hua. It's the 7th of June, Desolation Hua said. At this moment, the heavenly calamitous lone star of the Yang realm had suddenly turned scarlet from its original silver color. A scarlet starlight shot towards Desolation Hua. Boom! Hua Desolation's robes turned scarlet in an instant. His eyes also turned scarlet. Rolling demonic aura emanated from Hua Desolation. The 7th of June, the heavenly calamity bull duel? Yang Chuan stared at Desolation Hua. Phew, Heavenly Emperor, I am now at level 15. Please allow me to fight. Desolation Hua exuded a wave of demonic chi. Allow. Yang Chuan nodded. Yes. Desolation Hua took a step forward and rushed into the starry sky with a red light. Whoosh. Soon, he arrived at martial monarch Qinglong's battlefield. Prime of Tongtian, let me help you. Demonic heart slash. Desolation Hua slashed with his long sword. Boom. A force that was not weaker than the fairy slayer sword slammed towards martial monarch Qinglong, heavenly calamity of the Yang world. Me. Martial monarch Qinglong snorted. Boom. Martial monarch Qinglong struck with his claw. 1 against 2. Martial monarch Qinglong's body changed rapidly. Gradually, he turned from a human into a huge green dragon. Qinglong was majestic. He was fighting two alone. With a swing of his tail, a large area of the void was swept into a black hole. Roar. Qinglong let out a loud roar. The dragon's roar reverberated throughout the underworld. The roar was so majestic that all the underworld experts stopped what they were doing and listened to the dragon's roar from the east. Roar. On the other side, martial monarch Rosefinch turned into a huge rosefinch. He burned the starry sky as he fought with martial monarch Huang Jin and Sho Di. However, the battle between the two sides was different. Martial monarch Huang Jin and Sho Di suppressed martial monarch Rosefinch. On the other hand, martial monarch Qinglong suppressed Desolation Hua and Prime of Tongtian alone. In front of the central palace. Heavenly Emperor, martial monarch Qinglong is really fierce. Giguzi said in a deep voice. Yes. Yang Chuan nodded. As they spoke, Yang Chuan looked at the Sea of Providence and said loudly, People of Darjan, the great Qin city is being attacked by enemies. I need your strength. Raise your right hand and help me repel the enemies. Roar. The huge dragon above the Sea of Providence roared. The sound spread throughout the world. In an instant, the people of Darjan quickly raised their right hand. The 30 domains of the underworld surged toward Yang Chuan. Giguzi immediately stepped forward and said, Heavenly Emperor, the battle in the starry sky is too fierce. Your current cultivation. I think it's better not to take the risk. I have the body of a general. Even martial monarch Qinglong can't easily break my body. I may not be able to severely injure martial monarch Qinglong, but I can interfere with his battle and give Prime of Tongtian and Desolation Hua a better chance to fight. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Yang Chuan shook his head and said. Rumble. The power of the world surged into Yang Chuan's body. Chapter 14:18. Yang Chuan flapped his dragon wings and soared into the sky. Boom. The Black Dragon's Great Tao and the 3,000 Worlds' Great Tao were all used. Yang Chuan charged into the battlefield with all his might. Desolation Hua and the Prime of Tongtian fought against Emperor Qinglong on the left and right. Yang Chuan went straight for the middle. Roar. He grabbed at Emperor Qinglong's reverse scale. Emperor Qinglong's face turned cold as a huge dragon claw grabbed at Yang Chuan. Boom! The zombie claw clashed with the dragon claw. Even with the Black Dragon's Great Dao and the 3,000 Worlds' Great Dao, it was still far from enough. Boom! In an instant, Yang Chuan was sent flying. However, it still gave the Prime of Tongtian some time to react. Screech! The fairy-slaying sword slashed across Emperor Qinglong's dragon body and left a sword mark on one of the dragon scales. Roar! The furious Qinglong roared as he swung his dragon tail and hit the Prime of Tongtian. Boom! The Prime of Tongtian was sent flying again. With the addition of Yang Chuan, the gap between the two sides was narrowing. However, Emperor Qinglong was still able to suppress the three of them. Yang Chuan, the Prime of Tongtian, and Desolation Hua were constantly sent flying. Especially Yang Chuan, the difference in cultivation was too big. Even with the power of a country, he was still far from being able to defeat Emperor Qinglong. He was smashed into stars many times. However, Yang Chuan had the body of a general after all. His body was tough. Even though his robe was torn, there were no injuries on his body. Roar! The battle continued. Below, Emperor Qinglong and Emperor Rosefinch were watching the battle. Gui Guzi took a look and said, "My colleagues." Yarrow Tianshang and the others turned to look at him. Emperor Qinglong's men will naturally be dealt with by the Celestial Emperor. As for Emperor Rosefinch's men, what do you all think? Gui Guzi asked in a deep voice. Those who came to offend the Great Shen should be punished. Li Sai's eyes turned cold. The others nodded in agreement. Take him down, Gui Guzi shouted. Boom! Great Perfection's experts immediately charged forward. The sudden attack caused the expressions of Emperor Qinglong's subordinates to change. However, when they saw that Da Zhen's people weren't coming for them, they ignored them. Bastard, how dare you! Emperor Rosefinch's 29 subordinates immediately exclaimed. Outside the Great Qin city, it was incredibly chaotic. As for Emperor Qinglong's subordinates, they did not intend to help at all. One reason was because of Emperor Qinglong's orders, and the other reason was because Emperor Rosefinch had allowed his brothers to fall into Yang Chuan's hands, so he did not have a good impression of him. There was a huge battle outside the city. The empresses stared at the sky anxiously. In the sky, although Yang Chuan's Jiangchen body was powerful, his strength was still much weaker than Emperor Qinglong's. For a moment, he was surrounded by danger. The empresses all clenched their fists. Don't let anything happen to him, don't let anything happen to him, Le whispered worriedly. At the side, the emperor laughed coldly and said, Le, I can help Yang Chuan drive away Emperor Qinglong. Ah! Le looked at the emperor in surprise. You know about our birth. If I interfere again, even if I can't defeat Emperor Qinglong, at least the disadvantage will disappear, the emperor said with certainty. Then, you go and help Yang Chuan, Le immediately said. However, the emperor shook his head and stared at Le. Le bit her lips. After driving away Emperor Qinglong, you will leave with me, the emperor said in a deep voice. A strong reluctance flashed across Le's eyes. She felt wronged. She stared at the emperor for a while and finally nodded. As long as Yang Chuan is fine, I will leave with you. The emperor should have been happy. However, when he saw Le's wronged expression, he felt irritated. Was this what emotions were like? Did she have her own emotions? She could let herself be wronged and do things that she was unwilling to do for Yang Chuan. Le's behavior should be how he was back then. Irritated, the emperor became more and more irritated. Roar. With a loud roar, the emperor's body suddenly underwent a huge change. His original human form gradually turned into a huge monster. He was covered in blood, and a pair of huge wings spread out. With a ferocious expression, he held his saber and looked at the starry sky. The expressions of Da Zhen's officials changed, and they quickly stood in front of the empresses. However, the emperor did not attack them. Instead, he roared and charged into the sky, heading straight for the battlefield in the starry sky. Roar. A vast saber energy slashed vertically at Emperor Qinglong. The power of this saber energy was not weaker than the sect leader of Tongtian's fairy slaying sword. The Emperor broke through again? Miao exclaimed in surprise. Boom. As expected, the moment the Emperor charged into the battlefield, the situation on the battlefield changed drastically. It turned into a desolate demon sword. The sect leader of Tongtian's fairy slaying sword slashed at both sides of Emperor Qinglong. When Emperor Qinglong blocked the attack, the Emperor's saber slashed at his back. A huge green saber energy tore through the void ferociously. He swung his dragon tail, and it collided with the saber energy. In this way, Emperor Qinglong's central gate was wide open. Yang Chuan instantly charged into the central gate. Corpse Dark Claw. Yang Chuan shouted. Boom. A huge black claw crashed into Emperor Qinglong's reverse scale. A piece of the dragon scale was torn off, and a large amount of blood spurted out, heading straight for Yang Chuan. Roar. Emperor Qinglong screamed in pain. Then, his body shook violently. Boom. Desolate Hua, the sect leader of Tongtian, the Emperor, and Yang Chuan were instantly sent flying. The moment they were sent flying, Yang Chuan realized that Emperor Qinglong's blood had stained the black dragon path. Whoosh. It was instantly absorbed by the black dragon that was circling the path. It comes from the same source as the black dragon. Qinglong's path is also a pseudo-real dragon? Yang Chuan's eyes lit up. Boom. The four of them quickly stabilized themselves. Emperor Qinglong roared and looked coldly at the four of them. It was the first time that he had been injured. Although Desolate Hua and the sect leader of Tongtian were injured, it was the first time that he had been injured. Emperor Qinglong! Yang Chuan suddenly shouted. Emperor Qinglong turned his head and looked coldly at Yang Chuan. Forget about the previous incident. Now, you have seen it for yourself. If you want to injure us, you will have to pay a heavy price, Yang Chuan said in a deep voice. Do you think that I will be afraid of you? Emperor Qinglong said coldly. You don't have to be afraid. Even if the four of us work together, we might not be able to defeat you. What happened just now was just a coincidence. However, you should know that even if it was a coincidence, there might still be a second time. If you want to kill the four of us, you will have to pay a heavy price. Am I right? Yang Chuan said with a sinister smile. Emperor Qinglong looked coldly at Yang Chuan. I think that the people of Diezhen are not the only ones who are watching this battle. All the peerless experts in the underworld must be watching this battle, including the experts in the young world. Once you are injured, do you think that they will sit and wait for you to recover? At the very least, I don't think Tian Gang will. He will not wait for you to recover before taking back his treasure, Yang Chuan said in a deep voice. Emperor Qinglong snorted coldly but did not attack again. Your subordinates are still alive. Isn't that enough for you? There are gains and losses. Please respect yourself, Yang Chuan said in a deep voice. Emperor Qinglong stared coldly at Yang Chuan. Around them, the sect leader of Tongtian, Desolate Hua, and the Emperor did not attack again. They all stared warily at Emperor Qinglong. Yang Chuan did not give in and looked coldly. The difference in their cultivation was too big. He could only use his aura to force his enemy back. When his cultivation recovered, he could then use his strength to defeat his enemy. After watching for a while, Emperor Qinglong suddenly laughed coldly. Ha 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 ha. Good. Very good. Roar. He swung his dragon head and dived down. My lord. The subordinates shouted. Let's go. Emperor Qinglong shouted. Boom. Emperor Qinglong gathered his subordinates and rushed towards the south. With a rumble, the Azure Dragon Emperor's party disappeared without a trace. You're really decisive, Yang Chuan said in a deep voice. The sect leader of Tongtian, the Emperor, and Desolate Hua narrowed their eyes and stared into the distance. The great Shan officials below all cheered. Only one side opened their mouths in shock. It was Emperor Rosefinch's subordinates. They were all captured. Seeing Emperor Qinglong leave with his subordinates, everyone broke down. We're here to help you. How can you leave on your own? These people were not the only ones who were depressed. In another part of the starry sky, Emperor Rosefinch was also very depressed. He was suppressed by the Golden Emperor and Shodai. He was already depressed enough. He was waiting for Emperor Qinglong to deal with his opponents before coming to help him. However, in the end, Emperor Qinglong ran away on his own. This was not right. Why did he come to the great Qin city from the Rosefinch celestial realm? Was it strange? The Golden Emperor and Shodai would not let Emperor Rosefinch go. The battle became fiercer and fiercer. Loud explosions spread throughout the underworld. Boom! Boom! Bastard! In his anger, Emperor Rosefinch could only retreat as he fought. He retreated to the celestial realm in the south of the Rosefinch celestial realm. The battle went further and further away. Gradually, the three figures could not be seen. However, loud explosions came from the sky, indicating that the battle was still going on. Yang Chuan and the others flew to the square in front of the central palace. Everyone was cheering. The group of empresses also revealed gratified smiles. "All right, Le, come with me," the emperor suddenly said. "Ah!" Le's happy face suddenly froze. "Go. Where to?" Yang Chuan asked in confusion. Le frowned and looked wronged. She did not know what to say. Le promised me that I would help you retreat. Emperor Qinglong, Le, come with me, the emperor said in a deep voice. Le, is that so? Yang Chuan asked in a deep voice. Yes, Le said bitterly. All right, Emperor Qinglong has retreated. Come with me, the emperor said again. No. Yang Chuan immediately shouted. He quickly stood in front of Le and looked at the emperor with a complicated expression. Yang Chuan, this is Le's decision. It has nothing to do with you. Let her go with me, the emperor said in a deep voice. Yang Chuan shook his head gently. Le is my wife. How can I let her go with you? Hey, emperor, this is also your original wish. Le stayed in Great Shun so that you could not take her away. I thank you for this battle. However, this gratitude cannot be exchanged for Le. Yang Chuan shook his head and said. Chapter 1419. Netherworld, Great Qin City, outside the Central Palace. Everyone was waiting. Some officials even grabbed the hilt of their swords to prevent any accidents. Outside the palace, the empresses looked worried. Le stood at the side and looked at the closed door in front of her. She bit her lips, and her nails almost pierced into her palms. She was extremely anxious. Not far away, Mournful Hua and the Prime of Tongtian stood together. The Prime of Tongtian took out a glass of wine from somewhere and sipped it gently as he looked at the central palace with a curious smile. Mournful Hua frowned deeply. That empress? Why didn't the Celestial the Arch let us interfere? With our strength, we might be able to force her away. Mournful Hua frowned. Because there's a relationship involved. The Prime of Tongtian smiled. Heh. Mournful Hua was puzzled. Just now, when Yang Chuan was staring at Empress, why did she suddenly transform into her human form? The Prime of Tongtian smiled. Is there a connection? Of course there is. Empress wants to take Le away. With her normal rationality, it's impossible for her to cancel her transformation. After all, if she doesn't transform, she's inferior to you and me. However, she still somehow returned to her human form. The Prime of Tongtian said with certainty. What does that mean? It means that she still cares about Yang Chuan's gaze. The Prime of Tongtian said confidently. That's impossible. She's a lifeless soul. All her emotions have been transferred to the Empress. Mournful Hua said in surprise. Perhaps. The Prime of Tongtian took a sip of wine and smiled. Everyone was waiting for the result in the central palace. Only Yang Chuan and Empress were in the central palace. The two of them looked at each other. A complicated look flashed in Yang Chuan's eyes, while Empress's eyes were cold. She smiled bitterly. Le carried your emotions. Only from Le did I understand how much you loved me back then. Thank you for your love back then. You called me in just to say this? Empress asked in a deep voice. Back then, I didn't know about this feeling. Hence, I wasn't able to grasp it. Many times, I thought that ever since you found out about the murderer of your father in the sealed world, there would be no ending between us. However, everything didn't seem to be the case. Back then, I couldn't grasp it. Now that I've grasped it, how can I give it up? Yang Chuan softly spoke. The emperor frowned. I won't let her go. I won't let her or you down, therefore, I must keep here. Yang Chuan took a deep breath and said, The emperor's eyes widened. Against Emperor Qinglong, without you, Tongtian, desolation, and I might have been in a more tragic situation. However, we would have been able to force Emperor Qinglong away in the end. After all, many people were watching him back then. He only fought with us because he thought that he could get rid of us easily. Once he realized that the battle would cause him to pay a huge price and even risk being attacked by other emperors, he would have stopped immediately. Hence, your help this time only allowed us to resolve the crisis unscathed. I won't give to you. However, I can repay you what I owe you, Yang Chuan said in a deep voice. What? The emperor frowned. It's inconvenient for the officials outside the hall to see me. However, I can do it here. I'll let you slash me. Just pretend that I was severely injured by Emperor Qinglong without you attacking. Yang Chuan stepped forward and said. What? The emperor was shocked again. Come on. Don't worry. You can't kill me. Yang Chuan smiled and took another step forward. Yang Chuan asked the emperor to slash him. For a moment, the emperor looked at Yang Chuan in shock. His eyelids twitched wildly. Yang Chuan took another step forward and used his hand to draw a line across his shoulder. Should I stab from here? After taking a step forward, the emperor unconsciously took a step back. It was as if he was forced by Yang Chuan's aura. After taking a step back, Yang Chuan's eyes lit up. However, the emperor flew into a rage out of humiliation. Yang Chuan, you're courting death. The emperor's eyes turned cold. Buzz. The emperor slashed the long saber in his hand toward Yang Chuan's head. Boom. The saber slashed across. It was as if two strong winds were blowing against the saber. The huge saber instantly reached the top of Yang Chuan's head. Yang Chuan stared at the emperor without blinking. Buzz. The saber suddenly stopped an inch away from Yang Chuan's scalp. Phew. Phew. The emperor suddenly breathed heavily and stared at Yang Chuan. Why didn't you dodge? The emperor's cheeks were suddenly covered with sweat. He stared coldly at Yang Chuan. Yang Chuan took another step forward and let the emperor's saber rest on his neck. I won't dodge. Come on. Cut it down. Yang Chuan stared at the emperor and said again. The emperor stared at Yang Chuan. For a moment, the emperor's heavy breathing seemed to be heard in the hall. The saber was resting on Yang Chuan's neck. Although the emperor's eyes were cold, his hands were trembling slightly. Yang Chuan stared at the emperor. The emperor stared at Yang Chuan without any hesitation. However, the sweat on his forehead was getting more and more. After a long time, a drop of sweat finally reached its peak on his chin and suddenly dripped down. Pa! The drop of sweat fell to the ground. You're a madman, the emperor suddenly yelled. He put away his saber and opened the door. Phew! The emperor stepped into the sky and instantly flew into the sky, disappearing in front of everyone. Outside the central palace, almost everyone looked at this scene in confusion. What happened in the central palace? The emperor was such a cold person. Why did he suddenly panic? For a moment, the officials had all kinds of strange thoughts, but no one dared to say it out loud. Yang Chuan watched as the emperor's figure disappeared into the sky. For a moment, he sighed. Meow, Yang Chuan, what were you talking about just now? You even used a formation to block it. You didn't molest the emperor, right? Meow immediately jumped over. No. Yang Chuan shook his head and smiled bitterly. After the emperor left, a crisis seemed to have been resolved. Only the sounds of Emperor Rosefinch's battle could be heard. Countless experts in the underworld paid attention to the battle in the Great Qin city. Among them, the one who paid the most attention was Tian Gang. Tian Gang was originally filled with resentment after Emperor Qinglong took his sword of power, but when he saw Rosefinch and Qinglong go to the Great Qin city, the resentment in his heart eased a little. However, as he stood in the starry sky and watched, Tian Gang became more and more depressed. As Emperor Huang Jin, Sho Di, Skyreach, the Emperor, and Desolation appeared, Tian Gang was so angry that he almost coughed up blood. That's it. That's it. Tian Gang stood in the starry sky with a dazed look on his face. After countless schemes, in the end, Yang Chuan was still fine. Instead, he had lost his sword of power. Emperor Qing Long, you coward. Bastard. Tian Gang roared angrily. After roaring for a while, Tian Gang charged down and charged towards the inner South Continent's Tian Gang Palace. Boom. Tian Gang quickly returned to his Tian Gang Palace. Snake Emperor, get out here. You came up with a good plan, Tian Gang roared. However, after roaring for a long time, the Snake Emperor did not appear. After a while, a servant came over. Master, Lord Snake Emperor has disappeared, the servant said. What? Disappeared? Tian Gang asked in confusion. Yes. When Emperor Qing Long appeared, the Snake Emperor disappeared and took all of Lord Snake Emperor's treasures, the servant said. What treasures? Tian Gang asked in confusion. The lords of the Second Epoch were subdued by his lordship. Snake Sovereign told everyone that his lordship wanted to help everyone improve the quality of their Dharma treasures and needed to borrow them. In the end, Snake Sovereign took all the Dharma treasures and vanished without a trace. What? When did I say that? Tian Gang immediately shouted. That's what the Snake Emperor said. The servant said. Tian Gang was stunned as if he had thought of a possibility. However, Tian Gang could not accept that possibility. Impossible. How could my eyes be wrong? The Snake Emperor wouldn't betray me, Tian Gang said in a low voice. At that moment, a voice came from outside the palace. Wouldn't? Heh, Tian Gang, you were deceived by the Snake Emperor. I told you long ago but you didn't believe me. A voice came, making the irritated Tian Gang even more irritated. The Nether King and Ming Tianhan stepped into the palace. Oh, why are you here together? Tian Gang said in a low voice. I have long noticed that there was something wrong with the Snake Emperor. I told you many times but you didn't believe me. This time, the Snake Emperor presided over everything in the Tian Gang Palace. I always felt that something was wrong. However, he said that everything was requested by you. Now, you regret it, right? Tian Gang was unhappy when he saw the Nether King's expression. Lord Tian Gang, this is the information that the Nether King told me to investigate. I used all of the intelligence systems in the Great Punishment Heavenly Court and finally found it. Take a look. Ming Tianhan handed over a jade slip. Tian Gang immediately took it and quickly read it. Great Perfection Heavenly Court, Snake Race Sovereign. Yang Chuan set up a trap in the sealed world? Tian Gang said in astonishment. Yes. Ming Tianhan nodded. Let me tell you. This Yang Chuan is someone that even the Lord values. How can he be easy to deal with? I know him the best. This person has many schemes. Perhaps the Snake Emperor isn't the only one. You might have his people by your side, the Nether King said. Impossible. Tian Gang shouted. Impossible? Not necessarily. Think about the Snake Emperor. Didn't he betray you? Moreover, you've given him all the authority of the 12 territories. The people he promoted are definitely problematic. Who knows when they'll suddenly bite you back? The Nether King said in a low voice. Tian Gang's expression changed. He looked at his subordinates and didn't know whether to believe it or not. Let my 12 palaces help you rearrange your subordinates, the Nether King said with a smile. No, I don't believe you, Tian Gang immediately shouted. Oh, Chimph, do you think I don't know? You are Yang Chuan's son, Yang Dong En. Tian Gang, it is true that I am Yang Chuan's son. However, I am only loyal to the Lord. The Lord knows that I have no emotions. I am helping you out of goodwill, but you don't trust me, the Nether King said. I don't trust you. I would rather trust Ming Tianhan. At the very least, Ming Tianhan has a great enmity with Yang Chuan, Tian Gang shouted. Good, good, good. Chimph, Tian Gang, you idiot. The Nether King angrily stepped out of the hall. Only Ming Tianhan remained in the hall. Haha, Tian Gang, you are both working for the Lord. Why do you have to be so stiff with the Nether King? Ming Tianhan said with a bitter smile. I just don't like him. Ming Tianhan, you are the heavenly emperor of a country. You are the most knowledgeable in this field. I will have to trouble you. Tian Gang said. You and I are both working for the Lord. Since you have asked, I will do my best. Ming Tianhan nodded. Chapter 1420. Underworld, Great Qin City. In the study room. Celestial Emperor, the prime of Tongtian has returned. Li Sai reported. Millimeter. The battle in the southern outer continent has ended, right? Yang Chuan asked. Yes. Golden Emperor and Sho Di pursued Great Emperor Rosefinch all the way to Rosefinch's celestial realm in the southern outer continent. Great Emperor Rosefinch was severely injured. However, with the support of Rosefinch's celestial realm, Golden Emperor and Sho Di could do nothing about it. In the end, they chose to leave. Li Sai said. That's enough. At least Great Emperor Rosefinch won't be in the mood to run around in the near future. Yang Chuan nodded. Celestial Emperor, what did you ask us to do when you invited Golden Emperor? Li Sai asked curiously. Yang Chuan glanced at Li Sai. He took a deep breath and said frankly, to deal with Great Emperor Ziwei. Oh! Great Emperor Ziwei is so powerful. So powerful that Golden Emperor and Sho Di don't dare to face him directly. Do you need help? Li Sai was surprised. A Legion commander is a level 15. Of course, Great Emperor Ziwei is powerful. Yang Chuan nodded. But, Li Sai said worriedly. Don't worry. I have my own considerations. Yang Chuan said in a low voice. Yes. Li Sai nodded. The most important thing now is the last 6 territories in the eastern outer continent. Hurry up. Yang Chuan said in a low voice. Don't worry, Celestial Emperor. Bai Qi and the others are ready. They are just waiting for your order to go to the 6 territories. Li Sai said seriously. Then go. Yang Chuan said in a low voice. Yes. A year later. Great Qin City, Upper Study Room. Celestial Emperor, the last 6 territories in the eastern outer continent have all belonged to Great Zhen. From now on, the eastern outer continent will belong to Great Zhen's celestial court. Li Sai said with a smile. Millimeter. Yang Chuan nodded in satisfaction. Celestial Emperor, something bad has happened in the north outer continent. Liu Gang said solemnly. Oh. Yang Chuan looked at Liu Gang. Emperor Qinglong brought his subordinates to the Yang realm and established the celestial realm of Qinglong in the Yang realm's north outer continent. He clashed with the Azure Palace and eventually forced the prime of Tongtian to leave. Liu Gang said solemnly. Emperor Qinglong forced sect leader Tongtian to leave. Have you taken over the north outer continent? Yang Chuan asked solemnly. Yes. Liu Gang smiled bitterly. What about the Master of Heaven? Yang Chuan asked. His whereabouts are unknown. However, according to the news from the guards, Tongtian left with a group of disciples in the end. Emperor Qinglong did not capture Tongtian, Liu Gang said in a deep voice. Yang Chuan was silent for a while. After a while, he said solemnly, this time, perhaps Deja knows him. Order the guards to pay attention to Tongtian's whereabouts at all times. I want to know immediately. Yes. Liu Gang answered. Just as Yang Chuan and the officials were dealing with Deja's affairs, boom. Within the Great Qin City, a loud metallic clang sounded out. Countless officials' expressions changed. Only Yang Chuan's expression remained the same. Yang Chuan led the officials out of the study room and walked to the training room. Creak. The door to the training room opened, and Yang Chuan stepped out in his human form. It had been more than a year. Yang Chuan looked a little haggard, but he was in a good mood. He smiled when he saw everyone. Greetings, Celestial Emperor, everyone said respectfully. Yang Chuan nodded. He stepped forward and flew toward the Yellow Springs Road. In the blink of an eye, he left the Netherworld and went to Xianyang City in the Yang realm. I will be in seclusion for a few days. If there are any important matters, send them to Xianyang, Yang Chuan said. Yes. Although the officials did not understand, they still nodded. Yang Chuan stepped into the hall. Creak. The door to the hall closed. There was a huge bronze coffin in the training room. The world-suppressing bronze coffin. It's finally done. Yang Chuan's eyes flashed with satisfaction. Roar. He opened his mouth and inhaled. Rumble. The world-suppressing bronze coffin flew up and was swallowed by Yang Chuan. Yang Chuan sat cross-legged and continued to refine the treasure of his first life. In more than a year, many things happened in Diazhen. Similarly, many things also happened in the Netherworld's south continent. With the help of Ming Tianhan, the Heavenly Emperor of Great Punishment, Tian Gang cleared out all the spies and quickly gained absolute control of his 12 territories. One day, in the Tian Gang Palace, the Snake Emperor really did lie to me. He said that it would take a lot of time and effort to unify the 12 weaves, but you managed to do it all in a single year. Astral Vault said to Ming Tianhan. It's not that easy. The Snake Emperor was right. The main reason is that the territories are too big and require too many trustworthy subordinates to take over. Talents are the most important. Back then, the Snake Emperor started from scratch, but I have the foundation of the past and countless talents. As long as I take care of the troublesome ones, everything will be easy, Ming Tianhan said. Don't mention that bastard again. Snake Emperor? If I know where he is, I will tear him to pieces, Tian Gang said with a glare. Ming Tianhan nodded. It's not hard to guess. He must have gone to Diazhen. Diazhen? Ming Tianhan, this Diazhen's strength is monstrous. When I fight Yang Chuan in the future, I will need your help, Tian Gang said in a low voice. Oh! When I guide the power of a nation, I can possess the golden dragon of fate and borrow the power of your nation and the 12 territories. When that time comes, I will definitely be able to destroy the great Qin city, Tian Gang said in a low voice. Why do you want to do that? Diazhen is strange. Why don't you wait for Master? Ming Tianhan asked in a low voice. In the past, I could wait, but now I can't. I have to get the Sword of Power back. That is my only treasure. If Master comes, so, I have to take it back from Emperor Qinglong before that. What does that have to do with Diazhen? Yang Chuan captured more than 300 of Emperor Qinglong's subordinates, but he only imprisoned them. Why? Because Yang Chuan didn't dare to offend Emperor Qinglong, he only imprisoned them, so Emperor Qinglong didn't push him too hard. However, if I obtain these people, I can use them to threaten Emperor Qinglong and force him to return the Sword of Power. If Emperor Qinglong doesn't care about their lives, he will lose the loyalty of his subordinate. Tian Gang said. I see. What a good plan. Ming Tianhan nodded in praise. Tian Gang nodded. Since that's the case, I will naturally help you. However, I need to list the 12 territories under my name. When the time comes, you can just borrow my power, Ming Tianhan said. All right. My 12 territories will also be under the Great Xing Heavenly Court, Tian Gang said with a smile. That would be for the best, Ming Tianhan said. Several days later, Nether King came to Tian Gang's palace. Nether King, what are you doing here? Tian Gang said in a deep voice. Your 12 territories are now under the Great Xing Heavenly Court? Nether King said in a deep voice. That's right. Chimph, are you so gullible? Nether King, watch your mouth. Tian Gang scolded angrily. I want to take back my recommendation. There is something wrong with Ming Tianhan, Nether King said in a deep voice. What's wrong? Tian Gang shouted. We have already divided our territories. He has overstepped his boundaries, Nether King said in a deep voice. Overstepped his boundaries? Only Tian Gang knew that Tian Gang had to go behind Lotus God's back and take back his own treasure. That was why he had colluded with Ming Tianhan. There was no such thing as crossing the line, so Tian Gang was relieved. Overstepped his boundaries? You don't have the right to make decisions in my territory, Tian Gang said coldly. Chimph, Ming Tianhan doesn't work for the master. Instead, he is trying to please you. Of course there is something wrong, Nether King said in a deep voice. I think there is something wrong with you. Are you jealous of Ming Tianhan? Back then, You wanted to overstep your boundaries and manage my territory. I didn't agree. Now, you are accusing Ming Tianhan? Tian Gang stood beside Ming Tianhan. Bastard, I am working for the master wholeheartedly. There is something wrong with Ming Tianhan. Nether King shouted. There is something wrong with Ming Tianhan? Hehe, very good. Where is the evidence? You want to say that he is also one of Yang Chuan's men? Nether King, I think you are the one with the problem. Do you think I don't know? Tian Gang shouted. Don't know what? After the lesson from the Snake Emperor, I have checked all the information about Yang Chuan in the sealed realm. Yang Chuan has nothing to do with Ming Tianhan. If you want to slander him, you have to find some evidence. But your father is Yang Chuan and your mother is Mo Yushi. You are the one with the problem. Tian Gang shouted. How dare you? Nether King shouted. Working with you, I knew that there would be a problem sooner or later. I am more worried that you will mess up the master's matter, Tian Gang said. You are talking about me? I think it is you. Nether King shouted. Tian Gang's eyes flashed with anger, then let the master be the judge. What? Nether King was stunned. Ha ha ha, are you afraid? Tian Gang revealed a sinister expression. Reaching out, he took out a black altar and activated it. Wang. Suddenly, smoke billowed out from the altar. Above the smoke, lotus flowers floated out. Tian Gang. Lotus God's voice came from the smoke. Greetings, Master. Tian Gang and Nether King said respectfully. Millimeter, how is the matter? Lotus God's voice came. In order to enter the great evil world, we have already taken over the South Continent. Tian Gang said first. Millimeter, Master, this subordinate feels that there is something wrong with Ming Tianhan. Master, please take back your order and let this subordinate investigate Ming Tianhan. Nether King immediately said. Oh. Lotus God was puzzled. Master, don't listen to Nether King. Ming Tianhan has been close to this subordinate recently and prevented Nether King's scheme from succeeding. That is why he is jealous. Master, this subordinate feels that there is something wrong with Nether King. He is Yang Chuan's son. Tian Gang immediately shouted. Then, the two slandered each other. There was an argument. After a while, it calmed down and they waited for Lotus God's final decision. If I did not need to control the great evil world, I would have come over now. The two of you are really my good subordinates. Lotus God's voice was filled with anger. Master, please calm down. Nether King shouted. Master, the source of all this is Yang Chuan. Please believe that Tian Gang is innocent and has nothing to do with Yang Chuan. From the beginning, I have always been loyal to you, Tian Gang said. I believe that. Lotus God nodded. But Nether King is different. No matter what the reason is, he is related to Yang Chuan by blood. Please send Nether King away or let him go to the Yang realm to develop on his own. I do not want to work with him. If he exists, I will not exist. Tian Gang said stubbornly. I was the one who planned this South Continent. Nether King said angrily. Chapter 1421. Underworld, Inner South Continent, Tiangang Palace. Tiangang and the Nether King were arguing. Neither of them was willing to give up the power of the Inner South Continent and wanted to force the other away. Go to the world of the living? No one was willing to do so. The world was different from the past. Ambitious and ruthless people appeared and occupied various continents. How could it be so easy to establish a new base? Master, it's either him or me. Tiangang shouted angrily. Master, I've always been loyal. The Nether King shouted. Enough. Lotus Goddess's angry voice sounded. Tiangang and the Nether King stopped talking and waited for the final decision. Nether King, take your subordinates and enter this altar. Tiangang and I will teleport you to the great evil world to familiarize you with the environment there. Lotus Goddess said solemnly. Ah! The Nether King's expression changed. This was the Lotus Goddess's choice between the Nether King and Tiangang. In the end, she chose Tiangang. The Nether King showed a trace of bitterness, but he still said solemnly, yes, go. Lotus Goddess said. Yes. The Nether King nodded bitterly and stepped out of Tiangang Palace. The happiest person was Tiangang. Thank you, Master. Tiangang smiled. He had won the battle between him and the Nether King. Millimeter, Tiangang, why did I ask the Nether King to come? Do you know? Lotus Goddess said solemnly. Because Master trusts me more. Tiangang smiled. No, I trust you as much as him, Lotus Goddess said solemnly. Ah. He was under my control and will only be loyal to me. Why wouldn't I trust him? I asked him to come back and you to stay because you always have a bad temper. The two of you can't be together, Lotus Goddess said solemnly. Master, I'm absolutely loyal to you, Tiangang said. Bitch, of course I know. You've been following me since before you transcended. Later on, you transcended first and I chose to be reborn to break through to a higher level. I handed the great evil world to you, but what happened? You were sealed by the people of the great thousand world. Lotus Goddess said solemnly. Tiangang felt helpless. You're always impulsive. However, this time, you're on your own, Lotus Goddess said solemnly. My lord, now that the stars of the second epoch have been revived, there are too few experts that I can bring out. Astral Dipper said again. What do you want? Master, please pick a batch of your subordinates' tribes for me to use. Tiangang said. Yes. Lotus Goddess nodded. 10 days later. The Nether King led a group of subordinates and stepped into the altar. Following this, a group of pitch-black monsters walked out from the altar. Their heads were like crickets, but they were humanoid. Their skin and bones were pitch-black. Greetings, Chief, a group of cricket people said respectfully. En. Tiangang nodded in satisfaction. The subordinates of the Nether King entered the altar through the portal. Before he left, the Nether King said, Big Dipper, I'll give you one more piece of advice. Be careful of underworld frost. Mph, there's no need for you to worry. So what if I trust Ming Tianhan? I'll also let him manage your 12 territories. Mph. Astral Dipper scolded. You, stubborn. The Nether King flung his sleeves and stepped into the portal. Boom. The smoke on the altar immediately dissipated. The two transcendents were separated by the void and teleported to each other. At this moment, Ming Tianhan had also arrived. Master? Why didn't Master come personally? Ming Tianhan asked in confusion. Master is the realm master of the great evil world. He is one with the great evil world, so it is inconvenient for him to come. Otherwise, if he leaves the great evil world, there will be variables. Tiangang explained. Variables? What variables? Tiangang shook his head and did not explain. He put away the altar and looked at Ming Tianhan. My subordinates from the great evil world are all very strong. However, they are not good at management. You can take over the 12 territories of the Nether King. After that, we will make a move on the great evil world, Tiangang said in a deep voice. Okay. Ming Tianhan nodded. Yang World, Outer East Continent, Boulder Race's Boulder Peak Jie, who cultivated the body of a general, arrived at a large hall. Vice Lord, are your injuries healed? Pan Gang asked. They are all healed. Jie nodded. That's good. Vice Lord, are you going to find Yang Chuan? Pan Gang asked. No, before that, I need to find the exploding beast. Oh. Explosion, restoration. This ability is indeed powerful. Yang Chuan refined the exploding beast's ability, so I naturally can't let it go. I came to find you because I want to know the exact location of the exploding beast. Once I refine an exploding beast, it will be Yang Chuan's death. Jie said in a deep voice. Ah, okay. Pan Gang nodded. Great Shen Heavenly Court, Xianyang, Upper Study reporting to the Celestial Emperor, there is a report from the East Sea. Jie has arrived at the East Sea and is fighting with the exploding beast. Liu Gang said respectfully. Jie. He also wants to refine the exploding beast. Yang Chuan's face darkened. At the same time, Great Qin City, Zombie Yang Chuan's cultivation hall Quang, the door opened with a bang. Zombie Yang Chuan took a step forward and rushed towards the Yellow Springs Road. Soon, He arrived in the world of the living. Jiesha. Ha, you came at the right time. I haven't gone to find you and you've delivered yourself to me. Zombie Yang Chuan sneered. Boom. Zombie Yang Chuan shot towards the East Sea. Above the East Sea boom, the exploding Beast King self-destructed once again. The huge explosion caused the entire East Sea to churn violently. After the explosion, it quickly returned to its original state. At the center of the explosion, Jiesha flapped his wings and blocked the explosion. Ha 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 ha, is this your self-destruction? It's still far from Yang Chuan's. Exploding beast, Jiesha said with a trace of disdain. The exploding Beast King looked at Jiesha coldly. The 11 exploding beasts behind it also stared at him. Who are you? Why are you looking for trouble with me? The exploding Beast King asked in a deep voice. It doesn't matter who I am. What's important is that I want your divine ability. Yang Chuan only refined an ordinary explosive beast, right? Naturally, I want to be better than him. You will be the one, Jiesha said in a deep voice. Bastard. Ha ha ha, do you think you can do anything to me? Jiesha said coldly. The exploding Beast King looked at Jiesha helplessly. Then, it turned to look at someone in the distance. I have already sent a message to the Heaven Emperor. He will do his best. That person shouted. Yang Chuan? I don't think it's going to be too late, Jiesha said. The world is changing too fast. The exploding Beast King said bitterly. The exploding Beast King turned to the exploding beasts. If I die, you will die sooner or later. Instead of being killed one by one, why don't you help me? I will leave you with your consciousness so that you can watch everything. But I am the master. The exploding beasts were solemn. Roar. Roar. The exploding beasts growled and then nodded. Come on. Roar. The exploding Beast King shouted. Boom. An exploding Beast King charged at the exploding Beast King and the latter swallowed it. Oh! Jiesha was surprised. Jiesha didn't stop the exploding Beast King. He just stared at it. Boom. Boom. One by one, the exploding beasts flew into the exploding Beast King's mouth and were swallowed. The exploding Beast King's body began to twist. Ka. The exploding Beast King's body continued to change. Gradually, it turned into a red humanoid monster. Its body was similar to a human's, but its head was still that disgusting, slug-like head. You've merged with all the exploding beasts. That's even better. I will refine you and get more powerful skills, Jiesha said coldly. The humanoid exploding Beast King turned its head and roared at the sky. Roar. In the blink of an eye, countless explosions occurred in the void all around them. Boom. 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 Countless black holes appeared in the sky above the East Sea. Diazhen's guard, who was in charge of sending the message, fled to the shore in fear. The entire East Sea was churning. The news quickly spread to Xianyang. In the study, Yang Chuan raised an eyebrow. The exploding Beast King has evolved. Yes, it has become more powerful. One roar and it can make the sky explode, Liu Gang said respectfully. I understand. Yang Chuan nodded. In the easternmost region, the Rock Tribe. Pan Geng narrowed his eyes and looked to the west. He could see through countless distances and saw the East Sea. A humanoid exploding Beast King? Pan Geng frowned. Pan Ding stood beside him. The world has changed. A humanoid exploding Beast King? Its aura is about the same as yours and mine. The strength of a level 15? Pan Geng frowned. More or less. Under everyone's attention, the humanoid exploding Beast King and Jiesha fought again. Compared to before, the humanoid exploding Beast King's speed had increased by several times. The power of his explosions had also increased. Boom. 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 The two of them clashed again and again, causing countless explosions. Your strength has increased by so much. Despai's voice was filled with anxiety. Self-destruct. Wait. Boom. A loud explosion reverberated throughout the world. More than half of the East Sea's water was blown away. The loud explosion reverberated throughout the world of the living. The humanoid exploding Beast King looked ferocious. It took a while for the black hole to return to normal. The humanoid exploding beast king returned to his original form. Jieshe was not destroyed because of his Jiangchen body. He panted and flew to a nearby place. He wrapped his dragon skeletal wings around himself and looked at the humanoid exploding beast king with surprise. How is it so strong? Jieshe was surprised. You're fine. The humanoid exploding beast king was also surprised. That was the humanoid exploding beast king's strongest self-destruct ability. How could Jieshe be fine? The two of them were shocked by each other's strength. Boom. Suddenly, a black shadow rushed over and appeared in front of the two of them. A strong wind blew, and the two of them turned to look. Yang Chuan? The humanoid exploding beast king said in a deep voice. It's you. Jieshe's eyes turned cold. Of course it's me. Our battle is not over yet. You still haven't told me everything about the Jiangchen body. Jieshe, I didn't expect you to recover so quickly. Yang Chuan said in a deep voice. Chapter 1422. The Heavenly Demon Realm. A giant sat at the foot of a huge black mountain in a place where countless heavenly demons ran amok. It was Fushi. A woman stood respectfully in front of Fushi. The woman wore a veil and a white robe. She carried a zither on her back. She looked very mysterious. Meng Rongrong greets master, the woman said respectfully. Fushi nodded. The explosive beast has merged into one. Bring it to me. Yes. Above the East Sea. Of course it's me. The battle is not over yet. You haven't told me everything about the Junction's body. Yangshe, I didn't expect your injuries to heal so quickly. Zombie Yang Chuan said in a deep voice. Miaoshe looked coldly at Yang Chuan. I was careless last time. This time, you won't have a chance. Sometimes, you can't be careless. Once you're careless, you won't have another chance. Yang Chuan said. Is that so? Miaoshe said. The explosive beast turned its head and said, Yang Chuan, I can take care of myself now. You don't have to interfere. Yang Chuan looked at the explosive beast and took a deep breath. Explosive Beast King, I'm the cause of the disaster in the East Sea. Let me take care of this guy. Oh. He and I practice the same skill. We can grow together, Yang Chuan said. All right. The explosive beast nodded. Hehe, I haven't seen you in a while. You've become more confident, Miaoshe said. Roar. Yang Chuan roared. Yinchi surged around him. A pair of huge dragon wings spread out. He bared his fangs and looked at Miaoshe with contempt. Your aura. You've made a breakthrough? Miaoshe's face darkened. Heh. Yang Chuan laughed dryly. Roar. He opened his mouth and spat out a huge bronze coffin. It was the world-suppressing bronze coffin. As soon as the world-suppressing bronze coffin appeared, a murderous aura filled the air. Sky-burying coffin? Emmaisha said in a deep voice. This is called the world-suppressing copper coffin. It can suppress everything in the world. Yang Chuan said solemnly. Ha ha ha, what a boastful tone. Yang Chuan, so what if your cultivation has increased by another layer? You're still inferior to me, and you still want to self-destruct. I won't be careless again, Yangshe said coldly. As he took a step forward, his figure flashed, and he pounced towards Yang Chuan. Yang Chuan glared and waved his hand. The world-suppressing copper coffin fell from the sky. Boom. The world-suppressing bronze coffin pressed down. For a moment, it was as if there was a surging suction force. Countless rays of light were absorbed by the world-suppressing bronze coffin. In an instant, the sky above the East Sea darkened as if all light had suddenly disappeared. As for the world-suppressing copper coffin, it was as if it was floating in a huge black hole. After absorbing all the light in the surroundings, it brazenly collided with the body of Despise. World suppression. Yang Chuan's eyes widened. Boom. Not only that, but the void below Ji-She suddenly became incomparably sturdy. Together with the world-suppressing bronze coffin, it held Ji-She in place. Yi-She looked at Yang Chuan in shock. Impossible, the world-suppressing coffin? It can't be this strong. Jie-She cried out in shock as he held the world-suppressing copper coffin with his hands and wings. It's not just a coffin, Yang Qi said. There's an entire world inside of it, a world that can crush you. Even if you cultivate the body of a general and minister, you won't be able to do anything about it. You only have a sturdy body, but you don't have the power to shake the heavens and earth. Yang Chuan said coldly. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and the world-suppressing copper coffin exerted more force. Boom! Under the tremendous force, Xiaosha's body suddenly bent. The world-suppressing bronze coffin was still like a black hole, absorbing all the light in the surroundings. Not only was all the light, but the boundless yuan qi of heaven and earth, luck, merit, fortune, and fortune that permeated the void were all madly surging into the world-suppressing bronze coffin. Only the humanoid explosive beasts nearby could feel what was happening in the darkness. The experts in the distance could not see anything in the darkness. Boulder Tribe, Boulder Peak. The East Sea is completely dark. I can't see anything. Pan Geng frowned. The world-suppressing bronze coffin? What an evil thing, Pan Ding said in a low voice. Emperor Qing Long of the North Outer Continent. Emperor Huang Jin of the Southeast Continent. The experts who were paying attention to Diazhen all looked at him with strange expressions. What was happening in the darkness? Crack, crack, crack. In the darkness. Yasha held the world-suppressing bronze coffin with both hands and wings. However, the suppression of the world-suppressing bronze coffin was getting stronger and stronger. Roar! The red path behind Yasha soared into the sky and surged into his body. However, it was still unable to move the world-suppressing bronze coffin. No, how can this be? We both have the body of a general and minister, but you, a level 12, can suppress me, a level 13? This is impossible. Yasha shouted in disbelief. His eyes were filled with indignation. There's no need to struggle. You know that I cultivated the body of a general and minister in the Great Thousand World. Back then, I was already at the peak of level 14, which was much stronger than you are now. Back then, my greatest reliance was this world-suppressing bronze coffin, which sealed my endless power. Level 13? It's a pity that you missed the best opportunity, Yang Chuan said in a low voice. I know that you're not convinced. You're not convinced that I'm relying on the strength of my treasure. However, this coffin was refined by me. You don't have to be convinced. Yang Chuan said in a low voice. If you're so capable, let me out and we'll fight again, Yasha said in a low voice. Opportunities are not given out by others. Moreover, do you think that I'll give you the chance to kill me? That's impossible. The only thing I can give you is one day to struggle. If you can't get out in one day, you'll have to accept your fate. Tell me everything, Yang Chuan said in a low voice. Roar. No, I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced. Yasha shouted in grief and indignation. Rumble. The surging power of the Great Path continued to push against the world-suppressing bronze coffin. But for some reason, the greater the power of contempt, the greater the power of the world-suppressing copper coffin. Jiersha struggled with all his might, but the power of the world-suppressing copper coffin was too great. Boom, boom, boom. In the sky above the East Sea, violent vibrations constantly came from the darkness. However, outsiders were unable to see anything inside. A day passed quickly. Boom. Jiersha exploded his great Tao, and boundless power surged into his body, crashing into the world-suppressing bronze coffin again. The world-suppressing bronze coffin also shook violently, but it immediately stabilized. No. A heart-wrenching cry of unwillingness came from the darkness. The day has come. Can you speak now, Jiersha? Yang Chuan stared at Jiersha. Jiersha turned his head to look at Yang Chuan. His eyes flashed with a strong sense of unwillingness and bitterness. Vice Lord Jiangchen of the Great Thousand Domains? Haha, I lost, but that's fine. At least I lost to you. From the moment I found out everything, I've been working hard to break these shackles, but in the end, it was all in vain. Refine me. Use my Jiangchen body to strengthen your Jiangchen body. Work hard for my dream, Jiersha suddenly said bitterly. One of them was destined to die. Now, he had no power to reverse the situation. Despite his unwillingness, Jieshi seemed to have come to terms with it. Vice Lord Jiangchen body? What do you mean by Vice Lord Jiangchen? Also, I remember you saying that the body of a Jiangchen body is the true Jiangchen body. You and I are sacrificial lambs. And what's this so-called tribulation? What tribulation do we face when we cultivate the Jiangchen body? Yang Chuan asked. Jieshi smiled bitterly. Haven't you noticed? What's the name of our cultivation technique? Jiangchen body? It's already very obvious. What do you mean? Yang Chuan didn't understand. The Jiangchen body. The Jiangchen body is the Jiangchen body, Jieshi said bitterly. Oh! Yang Chuan's pupils constricted. In the past, the Jiangchen body was only the name of a cultivation technique. He'd never thought that there was another explanation for it. We cultivate this technique so that we can cultivate an invincible body. In the end, this invincible body won't be ours. We'll just be paving the way for someone else. Jieshi said bitterly. Paving the way for someone else? You're saying that after we cultivate a powerful body, the four of us who cultivate the Jiangchen body will fight and refine each other. Once we reach our strongest state, we'll be possessed. Yang Chuan said grimly. That's right, Great Emperor Jiangchen. Jieshi said bitterly. Great Emperor Jiangchen? Yang Chuan's eyelids twitched. The current Great Emperors were all born in the late Second Epoch. Great Emperor Jiangchen was born at the beginning of the Second Epoch. Jiangchen. Jiangchen Corp's ancestor. In fact, I suspect that Jiangchen Corp's ancestor existed in the First Epoch, but only became a Great Emperor at the beginning of the Second Epoch. From what I learned from the monolith, Jiangchen Corp's ancestor is the ancestor of all corpses. Jieshi explained. Ha 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 ha. The Jiangchen body isn't a random name. The ultimate goal of this technique is to refine an extremely powerful body for Great Emperor Jiangchen. When Jiangchen Corp's ancestor wakes up, he'll be able to possess it, Jieshi said bitterly. Jiangchen Corp's ancestor? Yang Chuan took a deep breath. Ha ha ha, I want to continuously strengthen myself so that when Jiangchen Corp's ancestor wakes up, I'll be able to fight him. Unfortunately, that's not going to happen. Once you master this technique, there's no turning back. Even if you reincarnate, it'll follow you forever. Yang Chuan, you have to fight. Jieshi said savagely. I will. No one will be able to possess my body, Yang Chuan said coldly. That's why you have to strengthen yourself even more. You have to refine the other two bodies of Jiangchen Corp's ancestor. Before Jiangchen Corp's ancestor wakes up, you have to be at your strongest. I can't accept this. I can't accept being defeated by you. I can't accept being destined to refine someone else's body, Jieshi said indignantly. Corp's ancestor, Great Emperor Jiangchen is our tribulation. What about the monolith? Do they call us sublords? What does that mean? Yang Chuan asked curiously. Jiangchen Corp's ancestor created the monolith, and their experts refer to him as their true lord. We are the bodies of their true lord, so naturally, we're their sublords. They only respect their true lord, and don't obey us. They only occasionally give us convenience. Yang Chuan, remember, beware of the monolith. They'll never stand on your side. They're just Jiangchen's servants, and only listen to his orders. Beware of the monolith, Jieshi said gravely. Chapter 1423. The Rock Tribe. Yang Chuan asked solemnly. Don't worry. Since the Rock Tribe knows who you are, they won't stop you from developing. After all, the more powerful you are, the more you'll belong to Jiangchen when they take over your body. Ha ha ha. Yang Shi laughed disdainfully. Yang Chuan's expression grew more serious. All right, let's begin. Let me strengthen you, Yang Shi said, shaking his head. Roar. Yang Chuan roared and opened his mouth to devour Yang Shi. At this moment, Yang Chuan did not resist and allowed Yang Chuan to devour him. Boom. Yang Shi was swallowed by Yang Chuan. Yang Shi knew he was going to die, so he didn't resist. The power of Jiangchen's body surged into Yang Chuan's body. Rumble. Corpse chi surged around Yang Chuan. The world-suppressing bronze coffin was put away. The world lit up again, but there was still corpse qi in the center. As he refined Yang Shu, Yang Chuan felt his body change. His entire body seemed to have become denser. There was a sudden tremor on his back. Crack, crack, crack. The skin on his back split open. Gradually, a pair of huge red wings emerged. Boom. They were the same dragon bone wings, but this time, they were scarlet. Boom. Evil energy spread out in all directions. The entire sea suddenly sank. Roar. Yang Chuan let out a long roar. Under the roar, there seemed to be a sound of pain. The time it took for an incense stick to burn passed. Boom. Yang Chuan's body made a muffled sound. An even more ferocious energy spread out. The 13th heaven? Within the corpse qi, Yang Chuan's eyes lit up. Whoosh. Yang Chuan sucked in a deep breath. The surrounding black qi was sucked into his mouth. Above the sea, the human-shaped explosive beast looked at Yang Chuan in shock. Yang Chuan now had 2 pairs of dragon bone wings on his back, one black and one red, making him look extremely ferocious. Buzz. With a shake of his body, Yang Chuan gradually returned to his human form. Congratulations, Yang Di. The humanoid explosive beast exclaimed. The humanoid explosive beast could feel that despise had disappeared, and Yang Chuan seemed to have undergone a transformation. Same to you. Explosive beast kings. Yang Chuan smiled. As Yang Chuan's strength increased, the explosive beast king's strength also soared to the 15th level of the celestial plane. Exploding beast kings. You must have seen what happened at the East Sea today. Yang Chuan smiled. Yes. The explosive beast king nodded. Your Excellency's theurgy is too miraculous. You have attracted the attention of many people. Those who dared to provoke you were all peerless experts. The former golden sovereign is despised today. I wonder which great emperor will be in the future. You have a good relationship with the Great Shan country. Today, I invite you to join the Great Shan country. As the Legion commander, I sincerely invite the explosive beast king, Yang Chuan said solemnly. Legion commander? The explosive beast king looked at Yang Chuan in surprise. In the end, it shook its head and said, sorry, it's okay. I was just making a suggestion. Our alliance is still in place. If you change your mind, just let me know. Yang Chuan said. Okay. The explosive beast king nodded. Just as Yang Chuan was about to leave. Rumble. The sky, which had just cleared up, darkened once again. For a moment, the black gas covered the sky, and the entire East Sea was shrouded in darkness. Hey! Yang Chuan and the explosive beast king narrowed their eyes. Whoosh! All of a sudden, countless heavenly demons appeared in the void. The moment the heavenly demons appeared, they immediately flew around the entire East Sea. Rumble. More and more heavenly demons appeared. In the blink of an eye, Yang Chuan and the explosive beast king were surrounded. The Rock Tribe. Yang Chuan swallowed the world of contempt. Pan Geng asked. I didn't expect this, but it's good. Pan Ding shook his head. Yes. I'm looking forward to the day when Allah returns. Pan Geng nodded. Hey! So many heavenly demons. The heavenly demon realm is open. So soon. Is the snake tribe going to meddle in the affairs of the world? The snake tribe. Fushi. Pan Ding frowned. Above the East Sea, the heavenly demons swept toward Yang Chuan and the explosive beast king. The two of them glared at the heavenly demons and forced them to retreat. The person who sealed you is finally coming out, Yang Chuan said in a low voice. Millimeter. The explosive beast king glared at him with murderous intent. The two of them quickly looked around in the heavenly demons. Finally, after half an hour, a white figure appeared in front of them. It was a woman in white with a veil over her face. She carried a guqin on her back and slowly appeared. Rong Rong. Yang Chuan's eyes widened as he recognized her immediately. In the distance, surrounded by the heavenly demons was Meng Rongrong, the sister of Meng Wanruo, the Great Shan Army's commander. Yang Chuan? Meng Rongrong was taken aback. The explosive beast king was looking at Meng Rongrong with murderous intent, but when it heard Yang Chuan, it raised an eyebrow. You know each other? Meng Rongrong waved her hand. Boom. The heavenly demons retreated behind Meng Rongrong. Meng Rongrong stepped forward and approached him. They had not seen each other for years. Yang Chuan looked at Meng Rongrong tenderly. Meng Rongrong looked at him tenderly as well. Only the explosive Beast King was still in shock. After all, the explosive Beast King could not tell if Yang Chuan was an ally or an enemy. How have you been all these years? Yang Chuan asked gently. I became Fuxi's disciple and he taught me the way of the Guqin, Meng Rongrong said gently. The two of them were talking in a soft voice. The exploding Beast King looked even more upset. Yang Chuan, you know her? What is she doing here? The explosive Beast King shouted. Yang Chuan looked at Meng Rongrong. Meng Rongrong looked at Yang Chuan and then at the explosive Beast King. I'm here to take you to my master. Oh. He's the one who sealed me. He's the one who sealed all the explosive beasts, the explosive Beast King asked. Yes. Meng Rongrong nodded. Ha, 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 good. Very good. Yang Chuan, what do you say now? The explosive Beast King looked at Yang Chuan with an angry smile. Meng Rongrong looked at Yang Chuan. Yang Chuan, I have to go back. I have to bring the explosive Beast Kings back. You still want to go back? Yang Chuan frowned. Yes. There are some things that I can't tell you now. I'll tell you later, okay? Meng Rongrong said. Later? Yes. Meng Rongrong nodded. I'm going back with the explosive Beast Kings. Don't stop me, Meng Rongrong said gently. Yang Chuan, are you going to break your promise? The explosive Beast King shouted. Yang Chuan had promised to help the explosive Beast Kings stop all the enemies. However, the enemies were here. If he didn't help the explosive Beast Kings, he would be breaking his promise. But Meng Rongrong was also begging him. Yang Chuan looked at the two of them. For a moment, he felt bitter. Don't worry, Meng Rongrong suddenly said. What? Yang Chuan was confused. Let me play a song. If the explosive Beast Kings are willing to go with me, don't stop them. If they don't want to, I won't force them. I'll leave right away, Meng Rongrong said. Oh. Yang Chuan was surprised. Ha, 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 girl, are you kidding? I'll go with you just because you play a song? The explosive Beast Kings didn't believe her. Meng Rongrong looked at Yang Chuan expectantly. Yang Chuan would have vetoed the idea if it had been someone else. No matter what, the Great Shan dynasty was determined to get the explosive Beast King. There was no room for any accidents during the competition, but this person was Meng Rongrong. Maybe my master told me to come because he knew about our relationship. Please believe me. I will never do anything to harm you, Meng Rongrong said gently. Looking at Meng Rongrong's hopeful eyes, Yang Chuan's heart softened and he nodded. Yang Chuan, what's the meaning of this? The explosive Beast Kings asked. Exploding Beast King, Rongrong is my fiancé. I don't think it's a big deal to listen to a song from her. If you don't want to leave with her after the song, no one will be able to take you away. Not even Fuxi will be able to help you, Yang Chuan promised. The explosive Beast Kings felt strange. After a moment of silence, they nodded. Meng Rongrong sat down and took out the Guqin from her back. She looked at the explosive Beast Kings and said, Fuxi's Guqin is called Fate. Fate. Ding, ding, ding. Meng Rongrong suddenly played the Guqin. For a moment, hundreds of millions of heavenly demons flew around in fear. They scattered and tried to escape. However, they couldn't get out of Meng Rongrong's range. Once they did, they would run back. Hundreds of millions of heavenly demons ran around in a panic. Yang Chuan and the explosive Beast Kings closed their eyes to feel the music. Yang Chuan's thoughts were suddenly stirred by the music. Wow, wow. It's born. It's a boy. It's a boy. Finally, I have a son. Bai Yi. Bai Yi. What are you shouting for? You'll scare little Bai Yi. Grandpa, Dad and Mom said they would bring me delicious food. Why aren't they back yet? Grandpa, I want to learn the life-usurping derivation technique. That way, I won't end up like Dad and Mom. From now on, my name is Blue. From now on, My name is Ying. Scenes of the past kept appearing in his mind. There were many scenes that Yang Chuan thought he had forgotten. However, at this moment, he recalled them in detail. Yang Chuan was so touched that tears rolled down his cheeks. The music was moving. On the other hand, the explosive Beast Kings didn't seem to be listening to the memories. The explosive Beast Kings closed their eyes in fear. After a while, the explosive Beast Kings began to tremble. Ding! The music stopped. The hundreds of millions of heavenly devils who were flying around in fear also stopped abruptly. Sweat appeared on Meng Rongrong's forehead. What did you see in fate? Meng Rongrong asked. The past. Yang Chuan opened his eyes. The future. The explosive Beast Kings said in fear. The future. Yang Chuan looked at the explosive Beast Kings in surprise. Why didn't he see it? Meng Rongrong smiled. It's just as Master said. Mythical beasts can see things in fate that others can't. Explosive Beast Kings, you saw the future. Are you still willing to come with me? Let's go. I want to go with you to see Fushi. Let's go now, the explosive Beast Kings shouted. What? Yang Chuan stared at the explosive Beast Kings in shock. Wasn't this attitude change a little too fast? Chapter 1424. Explosive Beast King? Yang Chuan frowned. How could he change his tone in the blink of an eye? Yendi, I'm sorry to disappoint you. Let's part ways here. Maybe I'll come back in the future, the explosive Beast King said. All right, I'll keep the East Sea for you. Yang Chuan nodded. Meng Rongrong looked at Yang Chuan apologetically. After all, Meng Rongrong wasn't stupid. She could tell that Yang Chuan wanted to tame the explosive Beast King, but she had ruined it. Yang Chuan, I'm sorry. Meng Rongrong said guiltily. Heh, don't blame yourself. It's a blessing that the explosive Beast King is here, but it's not necessary. Also, I trust you. Yang Chuan said gently. Okay. Meng Rongrong nodded firmly. Meng Rongrong took out a jade talisman in the shape of the 8 trigrams. Master has divined until today, telling me to give this to you, saying that you might be able to use it. Meng Rongrong said. Oh. This is a teleportation jade talisman. When you crush it, it can wrap everything within 100 feet of you in a ball of light and send you to the edge of the heavenly demon realm. You'll be sent back in 15 minutes. Meng Rongrong said. Oh. Yang Chuan took the 8 trigrams jade talisman. That's what Master said. Meng Rongrong explained. Fushi knows what I'm going to do. Yang Chuan asked. Master's life-stealing technique can predict the future, Meng Rongrong said. Impossible. The future is always changing. How can he predict it? I don't know. Meng Rongrong shook her head. Yang Chuan nodded. Boom. Behind him, the billowing heavenly devils were like a whale sucking in water. They were sucked into a huge hole and quickly entered the heavenly devil world. Master is calling us. Meng Rongrong's eyes flashed with worry. Are we leaving or not? The explosive Beast King asked anxiously. Meng Rongrong looked at Yang Chuan reluctantly. I will be back, Meng Rongrong said firmly. Then, he stepped into the hole with the explosive Beast King. Rumble. The surging heavenly devils all entered. Who? The opening closed, and the East Sea suddenly became empty. It was as if nothing had happened. Yang Chuan looked at the place where Meng Rongrong had disappeared. He was silent for a long time before he turned around and headed back to the office. When zombie Yang Chuan returned to the imperial court, he immediately chose to go into seclusion. After refining despise, his Jiangchen body had grown even stronger. Yang Chuan wanted to get used to this feeling as soon as possible. 2 years later, in the underworld's inner south continent, Big Dipper Palace. Outside the Big Dipper Palace, there was a group of humanoid monsters wearing black robes. They all had the heads of crickets, and they gave off an evil aura. Ming Tianhan walked through the group of monsters and entered the Big Dipper Palace. Within the Big Dipper Palace, Big Dipper was discussing something with a few of his monster subordinates. Ming Tianhan? Big Dipper looked at Ming Tianhan. Big Dipper, it's almost done. The inner south continent has been completely taken over. The imperial capital of the Great Xingtian Heavenly Court has also been moved to a territory near the outer east continent. It's only an ocean away from the Great Qin City, Ming Tianhan said solemnly. Good, good. Big Dipper said excitedly. That's all I can do. You'll have to rely on yourself to fight Yang Chuan in the East Sea, Ming Tianhan said with a frown. Ha ha ha, Ming Tianhan, don't worry. With the power of your continent, Yang Chuan won't be able to reverse the situation. You've done well this time, very well, Big Dipper said with a smile. Your business is my business. However, after this, please put in a few good words for me in front of the Lotus Goddess, Ming Tianhan said with a smile. Of course. Fortunately, the Nether King was chased away. Otherwise, who knows how many problems that bastard would find with me. Big Dipper said in a low voice. Ming Tianhan smiled but didn't reply. Children, follow me. Prepare to destroy the Great Qin Heavenly Court, Big Dipper suddenly shouted. Roar. The group of cricket-headed monsters replied. Boom. The group of about 300 people soared into the sky and flew towards the northeast corner of the inner south continent. After a few days, the group arrived at a huge city. Above the city, the sea of fate clouds churned. Heavenly dragon vein power, Big Dipper shouted. Roar. Roar. On the ground, dragon roars resounded as the power of the heavenly dragon vein surged and entered Big Dipper's body. Boom. 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 Most of the heavenly dragon vein power entered Big Dipper's body, but some of it entered his subordinates, the cricket-headed monsters. Boom. The 300 monsters were surrounded by evil aura, dyeing the surroundings of the city black. So powerful, Ming Tianhan said solemnly. Ha 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 ha, these are the elites of my tribe. After absorbing the power of the heavenly dragon vein, each of them is at least at the 12th heavenly layer. There's even one at the 14th heavenly layer, Big Dipper said confidently. The great evil world is indeed extraordinary. A single tribe has so many experts. Ming Tianhan exclaimed. Big Dipper nodded proudly. Let's begin, Big Dipper said. Millimeter. Ming Tianhan's face turned solemn as he suddenly shouted, Citizens of the Great Xingtian Court, listen up. Today is a big day in the Great Xingtian Court. I need you to raise your right hand and help me. Roar. Above the Sea of Providence, Ming Tianhan's statue suddenly roared. Boom. His voice spread throughout the Great Xingtian Court. The entire inner south continent was filled with Ming Tianhan's voice. Countless citizens looked at the sky in shock. Although the Great Xingtian Court had only moved to the inner south continent not long ago, it had already taken root. Many citizens quickly raised their right hand. Surging energy gathered toward the Golden Dragon of Providence. Boom. The surging energy was like a golden river as it poured into the Golden Dragon of Providence. The Golden Dragon of Providence roared and swooped down as if it wanted to merge with Ming Tianhan. Ha ha ha. Big Dipper laughed loudly. Change. Boom. Big Dipper's body suddenly turned into a dragon and charged toward the Golden Dragon of Providence. Boom. The two merged into one. Big Dipper transformed into the Golden Dragon and absorbed the power of the entire city. Under his aura, all the citizens in the city were forced to kneel down. The Golden Dragon raised its head and roared at the sky. Roar. The dragon's roar was so loud that it instantly spread throughout the underworld. At this moment, the entire underworld was filled with this dragon's roar. Outer South Continent, Rosefinch Heaven Realm. Emperor Rosefinch walked to the entrance of the Rosefinch Palace and looked in the direction of the dragon's roar. Outer West Continent, at the entrance of a palace, a white-clothed man frowned as he looked to the east. Outer North Continent, at the entrance of Chujiang Palace, Nether River Patriarch looked at the Golden Dragon with interest. At the entrance of another territory in the Outer North Continent, a skinny old man with a long beard also looked at the Golden Dragon with a bright light in his eyes. At this moment, the powerful Golden Dragon became the hope of the entire world. Good, good, good. Ming Tianhan, many thanks. Big Dipper laughed. Ming Tianhan nodded. Children, follow me to the Great Qin City. Big Dipper laughed. Roar, the 300 monsters roared. Boom. The golden dragon flung its body and led the 300 subordinates towards the distant myriad ghost domain. In the blink of an eye, the group disappeared. Ming Tianhan stood at the top of a plaza and watched Big Dipper's group leave. Sage Yang walked behind him. Transcendence, immortality, and shapeshifting? Yang said in a low voice. Ming Tianhan nodded. Is everything prepared? There's nothing to prepare. You're the main person. Yang smiled. Millimeter. Ming Tianhan nodded. Rumble. The golden dragon's aura was vast and mighty as it quickly charged into the myriad ghost domain. It headed straight for the great Qin city. At this moment, the myriad ghost domain was in an uproar. Everyone knew that someone had come to pick a fight. At the entrance of the Rosefinch Heaven Realm, ha ha ha, Big Dipper? He's going to cause trouble for Yang Chuan. Emperor Rosefinch's eyes suddenly lit up as he laughed. Stepping forward, the Vermilion Bird Great Emperor wanted to go over again. After all, the Vermilion Bird Great Emperor had always been looking forward to seeing Yang Chuan suffer a calamity. However, just as he took a step forward, he recalled the last time and instantly stopped. Emperor Qing Long hadn't invited him last time, and Big Dipper hadn't invited him this time either. If he went, he would lose face. Emperor Rosefinch stared at the great Qin city expectantly. Roar. A dragon's roar could be heard. Big Dipper led his 300 subordinates and arrived outside the great Qin city. Boom. Billowing winds blew, but the great Qin city seemed to have been prepared, and all the formations were activated. Zombie Yang Chuan led his subordinates out of the central palace and stood in the plaza, coldly looking at Big Dipper. Big Dipper. Yang Chuan said in a low voice. Ha 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 ha, Yang Chuan, do you know how long I've been waiting for this day? Big Dipper laughed. We don't have any great enmity with you, right? Yang Chuan said in a low voice. Chimph, no great enmity. You got the Snake Emperor to trick me, and you conspired with Emperor Qing Long to trick me out of my sword of force. This enmity is irreconcilable. Moreover, you've offended His Majesty again and again. Killing you is a great merit, and I can take back my sword of force, Big Dipper said in a low voice. If you didn't target us, would you have fallen for it? Moreover, you've already missed the best opportunity, Yang Chuan said in a low voice. Achem. Big Dipper frowned in the form of a golden dragon. We don't understand. Transcendents are already immortal, so why are you still bullying the weak and fearing the strong? Haha. You can't be killed, so what are you afraid of? You could have come to the Great Shan Nation to cause trouble in the past, but you waited for the Great Shan Nation to grow stronger. Don't you think it's too late for you to come now? Perhaps you are someone who bullies the weak and fears the strong deep in your bones, Yang Chuan said. How bold. Big Dipper said coldly. The bold one is you, Big Dipper. The first world is not suitable for you. You should return to the Lotus God's side, Yang Chuan said. At the same time, in the Great Qing Heavenly Court's capital, Ming Tianhan looked at the clouds of providence and took a deep breath. Citizens of the Great Qing Heavenly Court, listen up. We have something important to announce, Ming Tianhan yelled at the sky. Although there was no golden dragon of providence, everyone in the world heard it through the providence cloud sea. Even Big Dipper was stunned. What is Ming Tianhan trying to do? Big Dipper's expression changed. Big Dipper seemed to realize that something was wrong. We, Ming Tianhan, are called Fu Su. We are the son of Yang Chuan of the Great Shan Nation's Heavenly Court. The Great Qing Heavenly Court is the Great Shan Nation's Heavenly Court. From today onwards, I, Fu Su, will enter the Great Shan Nation and serve Yang Chuan as emperor and Yang Chuan as father. The inner South continent will belong to the Great Shan Nation's Heavenly Court. I hereby announce this to the world. Ming Tianhan bowed to the sky. Boom. The surging providence cloud sea suddenly collapsed, and boundless providence surged towards the great Qin city. Countless experts in the various continents were left gaping in shock. Chapter 1425. This emperor, Ming Tianhan, is called Fu Su. I am the son of Yang Chuan of the Great Shan Heavenly Court. The Great Qing Heavenly Court is the Great Shan Heavenly Court. From today onwards, I, Fu Su, will enter the Great Shan heavenly court and worship Yang Chuan as the emperor and Yang Chuan as my father. The inner south continent is now the territory of the Great Shan heavenly court. I hereby announce this to the world. Ming Tianhan bowed to the heavens. Boom. The surging providence clouds suddenly collapsed, and boundless providence surged toward the great Qin city. Countless experts in the various continents were left gaping in shock. Rosefinch heavenly realm. Emperor Rosefinch looked at Ming Tianhan in shock. Fu Su. How did this happen? That young master Fu Su who appears once every 100 years. Someone behind Emperor Rosefinch said in shock. Outer North Continent. Chujiang Palace. Ha ha ha, as expected, I knew it wouldn't be so boring. Patriarch Nether River laughed. Inner South Continent. Countless citizens were confused. What was going on? How did the celestial the Arch suddenly become Fu Su? Didn't the Great Qing Heavenly Court have a huge grudge against the Great Shan Heavenly Court? How did the celestial the Arch suddenly become Yang Chuan's son? Countless citizens were stunned. Especially the citizens in the capital. Many people didn't want to believe it, but boundless providence flowed toward the Great Shan Heavenly Court. The Great Qing Heavenly Court disappeared? Boom. The heaven and earth altar under Ming Tianhan's feet suddenly exploded. If the celestial the Arch was gone, the celestial theater's altar would also be gone. After Ming Tianhan announced this, he let out a long sigh as if his wish had been fulfilled. At this moment, Tian Gang was completely stunned. Tian Gang's aura was overbearing as he gathered the strength of the Great Punishment Heavenly Court and prepared to kill Yang Chuan. However, as soon as Ming Tianhan finished speaking, the golden dragon around him seemed to deflate. It turned into streaks of golden light and surged into the Great Shan Heavenly Court's providence clouds. Boundless power surged toward Yang Chuan from all directions. No, Ming Tianhan, you lied to me. Tian Gang shouted in despair. Yang Chuan's son? How was this possible? Having learned his lesson from the Snake Emperor, Big Dipper had put in a lot of effort into gathering information on Yang Chuan. He hadn't contacted Ming Tianhan at all. He had misjudged the Snake Emperor, and he thought that Ming Tianhan would not misjudge him again. However, in the end, Ming Tianhan was even more exaggerated. Yang Chuan's son? Surging power surged into Diasian's providence cloud. People of the world, raise your right hands and borrow my strength to fight against the Nirvana-level expert. Yang Chuan shouted. Roar. The golden dragon of great accomplishment let out a heaven-shaking roar. As it roared, Yang Chuan's voice spread across the outer east continent. Countless citizens quickly raised their right hands. Rumble. Surging energy rushed towards Yang Chuan and entered Yang Chuan's body in the blink of an eye. This was not only the power to rule the world, but also the power to punish the world. As the providence flowed into Diasian, all of Big Dipper's power quickly flowed into Yang Chuan's body. Surging energy surged. Yang Chuan didn't transform, but his aura was already surging. The power of the two continents, the outer east continent and the inner south continent, surged. Yang Chuan was unprecedentedly powerful. He slowly stepped out of the central palace and flew into the sky, looking coldly at Big Dipper. People of great accomplishment, I have something to announce. Fu Su will be the first crown prince of the heavenly court. Yang Chuan shouted. Boom. His voice spread across the two continents. The citizens of the outer east continent were shocked. Crown Prince. Fu Su. As for the citizens of the outer south continent, they had completely given up. Indeed, Ming Tianhan was Yang Chuan's son. Why is it like this? Don't Yang Chuan and Ming Tianhan have a feud? Emperor Rosefinch stood in Rosefinch's heavenly realm, unwilling to accept this. Everything had changed too quickly. The angriest person was Big Dipper. This sudden change told Big Dipper that he had completely messed up the Lotus God's plan. The inner south continent was going to be used by the great evil world, but it was gone in the blink of an eye. Was his vision really that bad? No, he had been tricked by Yang Chuan and Ming Tianhan. Ming Tianhan, Yang Chuan, I'm going to kill you. Big Dipper, who had transformed into his human form, said furiously. Capture these demons. Yang Chuan coldly harumphed. Yes. Chiliang Hua and the others immediately roared and rushed out of the great Qin city. Boom! The 300 monsters that Big Dipper had brought all faced off against the great accomplishment experts, and the battle outside the great Qin city was incredibly intense. Yang Chuan charged at Big Dipper. Around Tian Gang, loud noises could be heard as well. Zi, Chou, Yin, Mao, Chen, Sai, Wu, Wei, Xin, Yu, Shu, Hai, Boom. As 12 massive shouts sounded out, 12 massive pillars filled with killing intent formed a circle and surrounded Big Dipper and Yang Chuan. Boom. Billowing baleful qi rushed into the starry sky. The huge baleful qi quickly forced the surrounding experts to retreat. In an instant, the entire sky was filled with killing intent. The boundless killing intent spread out, causing countless residents to panic. However, when they realized that this was the Celestial Emperor's attack, they felt much more at ease. 12 Capital Heaven Divine Wraith Formation. Emperor Rosefinch's expression darkened. Outer North Continent, Capital Heaven Divine Wraith trapping Big Dipper. Looks like Yang Chuan is determined to win this time, the Nether River Patriarch said in a low voice. My lord, is this Capital Heaven Divine Wraith Formation very powerful? The Ice Goddess asked curiously. In the Second Epoch, it was said that the Great Emperor karmic position appeared and a group of experts fought for it. In the end, a total of 9 Great Emperors were born. Among them, 12 experts from the demon tribe were the most likely to obtain the Great Emperor karmic position. Unfortunately, they were defeated. However, their strength should not be underestimated as they were able to compete with the other Great Emperors. The 12 of them were unwilling to accept the fact that they did not obtain the Great Emperor karmic position. Hence, they conspired to create a large formation to seize the Great Emperor karmic position from the 9 Great Emperors. The Nether River Patriarch explained. Oh, this is the formation. They want to use this formation to seize the Great Emperor karmic position? Yes. Unfortunately, there were only 9 Great Emperor karmic positions among the 12 of them. The 12 of them were already suspicious of each other before they even fought the other Great Emperors. In the end, they killed each other before they could fight the other Great Emperors. The Nether River Patriarch said, shaking his head. What? That's impossible. Are they all fools? They started killing each other before they even got the item? Don't they know that the formation will be incomplete if one of them dies? The Ice Goddess said in shock. Of course, they know. However, do you really think that the Great Emperors will just ignore it? The Nether River Patriarch said. Oh. No one knows how powerful the great formation of 12 divine beings of slaughter is, but the Great Emperors should still be careful, especially Great Emperor Ziwei. He set up a plan to sow dissension and make this group of people suspect each other, causing the group to fall apart from the inside. The 12 of them may have powerful cultivation, but their scheming was ultimately a lot weaker. Under the conspiracy of several Great Emperors, 2 of them died in the end. Then, the conflict became more and more intense. Under the guidance of the other Great Emperors, almost all of them died. In the end, only 3 of them were left. The Ice Goddess, however, revealed a look of extreme astonishment. The powerful formation of the Second Epoch collapsed just like that. Chapter 1426. Outer North Continent. In front of Chujiang Palace. Master, how's Tiangang now? Ice Goddess looked at Nether River Patriarch and asked. I'm not sure. The Capital Heaven Divine Wraith Formation is indeed mysterious. It isolates the inside from the outside, making it impossible for others to see through. Nether River Patriarch shook his head. Then, between Yang Chuan and Tiangang, who will win? Ice Goddess asked curiously. Tiangang is a transcendent after all. With Yang Chuan's strength, he might be a little weaker. However, with the Capital Heaven Divine Wraith Formation, it might not be the case. Nether River Patriarch said. Tiangang is that powerful? Ice Goddess asked in surprise. The strength of a transcendent is not to be underestimated. Back then, Emperor Qinglong snatched the treasure from Tiangang because of Yang Chuan's scheme. Tiangang was too complacent. Even so, Emperor Qinglong had to endure until the end to obtain it. Tian Gang's strength is not as strong as Emperor Qinglong, but the difference is not too great. Nether River Patriarch said in a deep voice. Oh! Ice Goddess's eyes narrowed. Back then, Emperor Qinglong fought against the Tongtian sect leader, Hua Qiliang, Emperor, and Yang Chuan. Tian Gang was not much weaker, so Yang Chuan alone could deal with him? No, even if Yang Chuan's cultivation had increased again, and he had the power of a nation and the 12 capital heaven divine wraith, he still couldn't deal with Tian Gang, right? Master, is Yang Chuan going to lose? Not necessarily. Oh! Back then, in the Yang Realm's East Sea, Yang Chuan's world-suppressing bronze coffin was extremely strange. Moreover, with Yang Chuan's temperament, he must be hiding something. The capital heaven divine wraith formation must also be mysterious. After planning for so long, Yang Chuan wouldn't be able to deal with Tian Gang so early if he wasn't confident. Millimeter. Ice Goddess nodded. Outside the great Qin city, the capital heaven divine wraith formation's baleful aura made the sky dim. One could vaguely see 12 huge totems floating above the formation. Rat, ox, tiger, rabbit, dragon, snake, horse, goat, monkey, chicken, dog, pig. The 12 demonic beast totems circled around the array, emitting a ferocious aura. The formation isolated the inside from the outside. Inside, it was Yang Chuan versus Tian Gang. Surrounding the two of them were 12 demonic beasts, each of them glaring fiercely at Tian Gang. The dragon bone wings on Yang Chuan's back had already reappeared. The corpse chi around him rolled and dispersed. The world-suppressing copper coffin slammed into Tian Gang from behind. Yang Chuan was facing Tian Gang. Boom! The two of them grabbed each other. Yang Chuan's palms pierced into Tian Gang's chest, but Tian Gang's hands also pierced into Yang Chuan's abdomen. However, when Tian Gang's hands collided with Yang Chuan's abdomen, a metallic sound rang out. Clang! Yang Chuan's body was too tough, and the Heavenly Dipper did not manage to pierce through. What? Tian Gang's expression changed. Roar! Yang Chuan's face revealed a sinister expression. Boom! The Heavenly Dipper was instantly torn in half. Roar! The 12 demonic beast sovereigns cheered in unison. However, Yang Chuan was not happy because Yang Chuan felt that although the Heavenly Dipper was torn in half, he was not dead. Indeed, after a short while, the two halves of the corpse suddenly dissipated. As they dissipated, a dragon roar suddenly sounded. Roar! A huge golden dragon charged out of the void. The body of a general is indeed extraordinary, the golden dragon said with a hateful expression. The golden dragon was Tian Gang, and he revived in the blink of an eye. Transcendents are immortal and powerful. No matter how I destroy you, you can revive in another form, Yang Chuan said in a deep voice. The golden dragon Tian Gang coldly snorted. Now, we finally understand why you only came to the great Qin city today. Yang Chuan revealed a cold smile. Oh! Tian Gang said coldly. You're not bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Instead, you're afraid of repeating the same mistakes. That's why you came here with the greatest advantage, Yang Chuan said with a cold smile. Repeating the same mistakes. That's right. You're not afraid of death because you already have an immortal body. No one can kill you. What you're afraid of is a seal, an endless seal and endless loneliness. After being sealed in the Great Thousand World, you were traumatized and were afraid of repeating the same mistakes. That's why you waited until today to deal with us with the greatest advantage. Am I right? Yang Chuan said with a cold smile. Tian Gang narrowed his eyes. It was clear that Yang Chuan was right. So what? Tian Gang said in a deep voice. Do you know? In the battle just now, we only wanted to see the secrets of the immortal body. We saw it. Now, the great 12 capital heaven divine wraith formation. Yang Chuan shouted. Roar! The 12 demonic beast sovereigns roared. World suppression seal. Yang Chuan shouted. The world suppression copper coffin descended from the sky. For a moment, the world suppression copper coffin emitted a huge suppressive aura. The aura was so strong that it was not weaker than Tian Gang's aura at all. As the world suppression copper coffin pressed down, The 12 demonic beast sovereigns also activated the power of the formation. 12 different types of murderous aura rushed toward the center. It seemed to form a large cocoon that enveloped Tian Gang. The golden dragon Tian Gang's expression changed. He quickly shook his body, but the 12 types of murderous aura were extremely difficult to deal with. He could not shake them off at all. In fact, the 12 demonic beast sovereigns even urged all the murderous aura to surge over. In an instant, it was as if they wanted to drain the entire Great 12 Capital Heaven Divine Wraith formation. As the world suppression copper coffin pressed down, the murderous aura quickly condensed into layers of spherical formations, trapping Tian Gang in the center layer by layer. 1 layer, 10 layers, 100 layers, 10,000 layers, 50 million layers. Boom! The world suppression copper coffin pressed down, compressing the 50 million layers of formations into the size of a watermelon. Boundless murderous aura condensed, and the Great 12 Capital Heaven Divine Wraith formation retreated. Only Yang Chuan and the 12 demonic beast sovereigns were left in the air. Yang Chuan held a sealing sphere the size of a watermelon in his hand. Within the sphere, Tian Gang furiously twisted his dragon body. With a swing of his tail, dozens of formations instantly shattered. With another swing of his tail, hundreds of formations shattered. However, the sphere had 50 million layers. If Tian Gang wanted to break through it, it would not be possible in a short period of time. Roar! Yang Chuan, just you wait. 50 million layers of sealing formations? At most, you can trap me for a month. When I break through this seal, I will slaughter all of your living beings. Tian Gang furiously roared within the seal. The battle outside the Great Qin city continued. Yang Chuan coldly stared at the sealing sphere in his hand. Yang Chuan stretched out his hand and took out the jade talisman that Fuxi had asked Meng Rongrong to give him. He gently squeezed it. Suddenly, a golden sphere of light enveloped Yang Chuan. Whoosh! Yang Chuan disappeared in front of everyone. In the next moment, the golden sphere of light rapidly shook. Whoosh! Whoosh! A few sky demons flew past the golden sphere of light. The world around them seemed illusory, sometimes bright and sometimes dark. It gave off a suffocating feeling, making Yang Chuan feel very uncomfortable. However, Yang Chuan also knew where he was. He grabbed the sealing sphere and looked in a direction. It was boundless darkness. He could only feel that there was nothing in the darkness. The only thing he could see were 3 massive spheres. The 3 spheres seemed to be rapidly approaching him. Great evil world, great good world, great Kiliakasm world. Where is this? Tian Gang in the sealing sphere was slightly startled. This is our first world, the edge of the heavenly demon realm, Yang Chuan said. The edge of the heavenly demon realm? What? Yang Chuan, what are you doing? Tian Gang suddenly exclaimed. This sealing sphere can only seal you for a month at most. I will help you to reduce this time by half. Yang Chuan said lightly. What do you mean? You want to expel me from the first world? Tian Gang's expression changed. The edge of the heavenly devil world is beyond the limitless realm, which is the absolute nothingness. Even if a nirvana expert enters the nothingness, he won't die. However, where you float to will depend on your luck, Yang Chuan said. As he spoke, he threw out his hand. Boom! The sealing sphere flew quickly in the direction of the great evil world. No, bastard, Yang Chuan, I don't want to go back, Tian Gang said angrily. Whoosh! The speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, Tian Gang flew into the darkness. After throwing Tian Gang away, Yang Chuan no longer paid attention. Fuxi's teleportation jade talisman would be sent back in half an hour. Yang Chuan looked at the other 3 worlds. The other 3 worlds are closing in faster. At this speed, the 4 worlds will merge into one in less than 100 years. Yang Chuan said solemnly. 100 years was an extremely long time for mortals. However, to Yang Chuan, it was too short. Would he be able to prepare for everything in 100 years? Looking at the endless darkness, Yang Chuan's heart was heavy. Boom! Soon, an incense stick's worth of time passed, and the golden orb of light brought Yang Chuan back to the Great Qin city. Poof! The golden sphere instantly broke. Yang Chuan returned. Outside the great Qin city, the battle continued. Celestial Emperor. The group of national beasts said respectfully. Yang Chuan nodded. He turned his head to look at the battle outside the city. Everyone, go and help. Kill all the demons of the great evil world. Don't leave a single one alive. Okay. Everyone responded and flew over. Yang Chuan flew to the front of the central palace. Meow, Yang Chuan, where did you go just now? Meow immediately called out. There was a void in the infinite realm. Tian Gang broke the seal from the inside, and the void also destroyed the seal from the outside. Finally, half a month later, the seal was broken. Boom! The seal was broken, and Tian Gang was free again. Tian Gang roared angrily. Yang Chuan, standing in the darkness, Tian Gang looked at the 4 worlds. Of the 4 huge worlds, 3 of them were closing in on the first world. Tian Gang was in the middle of the first world and the great evil world. Tian Gang looked at the great evil world and then at the first world. He turned around and was about to return to the first world. Suddenly, a voice sounded. Tian Gang, where are you going? The voice sounded in Tian Gang's ears. Ah, Master. I am going to return to the first world to take revenge on Yang Chuan. Tian Gang's expression turned serious. It was the Lotus Goddess voice. Haven't you embarrassed yourself enough? Me. The Lotus Goddess voice sounded with a cold snort. I am Master. I was tricked by Yang Chuan. I had already considered the power of the great heavenly fiend formation, but I didn't expect Ming Tianhan to betray me. If I had the power of the great Xingtian heavenly court, I could have destroyed Yang Chuan. Tian Gang hurriedly explained. A loss is a loss. The first world isn't suitable for you for now. Come back. The Lotus Goddess voice sounded. Ah, I am Master, Tian Gang said helplessly. Chapter 14:27. The battle in the Great Qin city continued. Although Tian Gang was defeated, there was still a group of demons. The battle outside the Great Qin city continued. Meanwhile, in the inner South continent, at the entrance of a city, a golden-robed man was surrounded by starlight that reached a star in the deep star layer. A group of black-robed men stood around the golden-robed man. Who are you? The golden-robed man shouted. The leader of the black-robed men said, You don't need to know who we are. You are a cultivator of the second epoch who was subdued by Tian Gang and pledged your loyalty to him. Later, Tian Gang planted you in some of the key cities of the Great Qing Heavenly Court. Now that Tian Gang has been defeated, there are only 2 paths ahead of you. Oh! The golden-robed man said in a deep voice. Submit to Da Zhen and return with us, or resist Da Zhen and be captured by us. The black-robed man said in a deep voice. Ha, ha 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 ha, with just you? The golden-robed man said in a deep voice. It seems like you want to resist. That's good too. The black-robed man said directly. The golden-robed man's face stiffened. He did not expect the black-robed man to be so direct. Could it be that Da Zhen was more willing to capture him than subduing him? Attack! The black-robed man shouted. Boom! The group of black-robed men attacked at the same time. For a time, this scene happened everywhere in the inner South continent. Some second epoch experts were prepared to sneak away, but the black-robed men seemed to have waited for a long time. None of them escaped. The former Great Qing Heavenly Emperor, Ming Tianhan, was now Fu Su. He led a group of officials towards the Great Qin city. When Fu Su and Yang arrived at the Great Qin city, the battle outside the Great Qin city had already reached its end. All the demons had been killed. Fu Su flew in front. A group of Great Qing officials followed behind. The group of people was majestic. At this moment, Da Zhen's guards did not stop them. They allowed Fu Su to lead a group of people to land in the central palace square. Everyone's faces were filled with joy. Yang Chuan stood in front of Da Zhen's officials and looked at Fu Su. Greetings, Father. Fu Su knelt on one knee respectfully. Your subjects greet the Heavenly Emperor. May the Heavenly Emperor live for 10,000 years. The group of officials bowed respectfully. Yang Chuan took a deep breath and looked at the officials in front of him, all sorts of emotions welling up in his heart. This group of officials was not accumulated in this life. They were accumulated in the first life when he was still the winner. He entered the Purple Cloud Palace through the great method of heavenly secrets, which was also Earth. After that, he passed through a path left behind by the Purple Cloud Palace and was teleported into the first world. My son has done well. Yang Chuan helped Fu Su up. Thank you for your hard work over the years. Yang Chuan supported Yang Yang, the head of the Xing officials. The officials stood up one after another. The Celestial Emperor is too kind. It's what we should do. To be able to reunite with the Celestial Emperor here is our fortune. Yang Yang's eyes flashed with excitement. Father, over the years, all of you have helped me a lot, especially Lord Xiangyang. Half of the plans of the Great Punishment Heavenly Court came from him. If it wasn't for him, the Great Punishment Heavenly Court would be nothing more than a joke, Fu Su said. The Crown Prince is too humble. Compared to the Crown Prince's decisiveness and wisdom, I am far inferior, Yang Yang said. All right. There's no need to be humble. I have heard about everything that you have done over the years. I will appoint Xiangyang as the 11th Army Commander of the Great Shan. As for the other officials, they will be rewarded according to their contributions, Yang Chuan said with a smile. Yes. Thank you, Celestial Emperor, everyone replied. Fu Su, Xiangyang, Yang Chuan looked at the two of them. Yes, Your Majesty. The two of them replied. The Great Shan has just entered the inner South Continent. The people's hearts are not stable. The two of you will assist Li Sai to stabilize the hearts of the people and strengthen the inner South Continent, Yang Chuan ordered. Yes. The two of them replied. Li Sai stepped forward and said, Yes. Yi Feng, organize the examination and continue to recruit talents from all over the world. Yang Chuan looked at Yi Feng. Yes, Your Majesty, Yi Feng replied. After defeating the heavenly spirits, the Great Shan of the Netherworld suddenly showed their prowess. Rosefinch Celestial Realm. Emperor Rosefinch's face darkened. Yang Chuan? Ming Tianhan? No, Fu Su? Father and son? They are father and son. The Vermilion Bird Emperor couldn't figure out where this father-son relationship had come from. Men. Emperor Rosefinch shouted. Yes, Your Majesty. Investigate everything about Fu Su and how he is related to Yang Chuan, Emperor Rosefinch said. Yes, Your Majesty. Also, the Heavenly Dipper incident served as a warning to me. Gather information on all the important officials of the Vermilion Bird Celestial Realm. I don't wish to repeat the Heavenly Dipper's mistakes, the Vermilion Bird Emperor said in a low voice. Yes, Your Majesty. Half a year later, in the Great Qin City, upper study room. Celestial Emperor, the inner South Continent is gradually stabilizing. The small internal conflicts are also being quelled, Li Sai said. Yes. Yang Chuan nodded. The White Tiger Emperor of the Western Outer Continent established the White Tiger Celestial Realm. Tiger roars in the west. He controls the entire Western Outer Continent, Li Sai continued. The White Tiger Emperor? Yang Chuan nodded. The Xuanwu Emperor of the Northern Outer Continent established the Xuanwu Celestial Realm, the Turtle Snake North. He controls the Northern Outer Continent with the Nether River Patriarch, Li Sai said. The Nether River Patriarch, the Xuanwu Emperor? They share the Northern Outer Continent of the Netherworld and there are no conflicts, Yang Chuan said. According to our spies, the Xuanwu Emperor personally went to the Yama Palace of the 10 Halls and talked with the Nether River Patriarch for a while before returning. He no longer has any ideas about the 10 Halls, Li Sai said. It seems that the Xuanwu Emperor has hit a wall, Yang Chuan said seriously. Yes. Although the Nether River Patriarch is from the beginning of the Third Era, his strength is unfathomable, Li Sai said. What about the Northern Inner Continent? The Undying Dojo is still expanding. The Emperor's strength is getting fiercer and fiercer. The Rosefinch Celestial Realm, the White Tiger Celestial Realm, the Xuanwu Celestial Realm, the Great Shan Celestial Court, the 10 Halls of the Nether River, and the undying dojo. It seems like the major territories of the underworld have stabilized. Yang Chuan said solemnly. Yes. Now, all the forces are stabilizing their own territories. Li Sai nodded. What about the Yang realm? Yang Chuan asked. Li Sai stepped down, and Yi Feng stepped forward. Celestial Emperor, I was just about to report. The Great of Ziwei established the Ziwei Celestial Realm in the Middle Heaven continent. He has unified the Middle Heaven continent. Moreover, he has occupied the Northwest Circumference continent at an extremely fast speed. Yi Feng said. Oh, he has occupied 2 continents in such a short time? Yang Chuan said solemnly. Yes. The Great of Ziwei's methods are extraordinary. He used the Enlightenment technique to create a large number of ancestral immortal powerhouses to serve him. Yi Feng said. The Enlightenment technique? Celestial Emperor, do you still remember the Kong family's demon King Kong? When he first became an ancestral immortal, he was directly enlightened by Kong Huangtian to become a saint. Yi Feng said. That's right. The Great of Ziwei also used the same method. Therefore, in a short time, he has taken control of 2 continents and expanded the Ziwei Celestial Realm to 2 continents. According to the information from the spies, the Great of Ziwei seems to be unsatisfied with the status quo and wants to continue expanding. Yi Feng said. What a big appetite. Yang Chuan said in a low voice. The Southwest Circumference continent has been occupied by the Southern Dipper Longevity Emperor and established the Longevity Celestial Realm. The Southeast Circumference continent has been occupied by the Golden Emperor and established the Golden Celestial Realm. The Northeast Circumference continent is still a mix of good and bad for the time being. However, Dongfang Bubai of the Eastern Dojo is the most famous and invincible. Yi Feng said. In the Yang realm, the East Circumference continent is the land of Diasian, the South Circumference continent is the land of the Kong family, the West Circumference continent is the land of Wu Jiao, and the North Circumference continent is the celestial realm of Qinglong? Yang Chuan said. Yes. Chapter 1428. Yang Realm, Xianyang. Yang Chuan stood at the entrance of the Skyward Palace with a group of officials, looking at the starlight in the night sky. Something's wrong, Celestial Emperor. Hasn't the Alcade's star power been drained by the cosmic cycle star formation? Jin Dayu asked in surprise. The Alcade had been dim ever since Yang Chuan took Po Jun to Xianyang and deprived him of his star power. However, the Alcade was shining brightly at this moment. It was as if there was a huge force that was replenishing the star power that the Alcade had lost. The surrounding Ziwei stars shone brightly. It's Ziwei the Great, Yang Chuan said in a low voice. At this moment, Liu Gang hurried over. Celestial Emperor, something has happened in the prison. Prisoner Po Jun has disappeared. Liu Gang said anxiously. Disappeared? Yang Chuan asked in a low voice. Yes, Po Jun is almost a cripple, and his shoulder blade has been pierced. I thought nothing would happen to him. However, not long ago, a prison guard saw a sudden burst of purple light around the unconscious Po Jun. Then, the purple light faded, and Po Jun also disappeared. Liu Gang said anxiously. Great move, Ziwei the Great, Yang Chuan said in a serious tone. Teleportation? It seems like Po Jun has been teleported back. Then it's easy to explain what happened in the starry sky. Giguzi said in a low voice. Is this the power that Ziwei the Great gathered to help Po Jun recover? Jin Dayu asked in surprise. Yang Chuan looked toward the west solemnly. In the central territory of the Zhongtian continent, there was a huge purple palace called Ziwei Palace. Inside the Ziwei Palace, there were many officials dressed in luxurious robes standing respectfully in 2 rows. A man in a purple robe sat on the dragon throne in the north. This man was none other than Ziwei Saint, who had resigned from his position as a saint. At this moment, he was dressed in a dragon robe with a dignified expression. Ziwei the Great. In the center of the palace was Po Jun, who had disappeared from the Xianyang prison. He was no longer as spirited as he used to be when facing Zhonju. Now, he was all skin and bones and on the verge of death. Po Jun sat cross-legged, his body exuding a purple light. Two people stood beside him, continuously transferring power to help him recover. Buzz. Torrential energy poured into Po Jun's body, and his shriveled body slowly recovered. Ziwei the Great sat on the dragon throne and gently stroked the armrest. He raised his head and looked at the ceiling of the great hall. At this moment, the ceiling seemed to be transparent, allowing him to see into the depths of the starry sky. Great Emperor Ziwei's expression was cold. In the depths of the starry sky, Ziwei Star shone brightly. As the North Star shone brightly, the dim Army Destroyer Star not far away slowly recovered. After an entire day, Great Emperor Ziwei finally retracted his gaze. The two people behind defeating armies also stopped channeling energy, and defeating armies became much more full. Everyone stared at defeating armies. Defeating armies adjusted his breathing for a while before opening his eyes. This sinner, defeating armies, has disgraced the Lord. Defeating armies knelt down, feeling moved and guilty. Behind him was a burly man with a short temper. He immediately asked, Po Jun, what happened that day? Who took you? How did it end up like this? The other person was Tan Lang. Tan Lang shook his head and said, Wu Chu, don't ask anymore. Let defeating armies explain himself. Wu Chu looked at Tan Lang, and his expression darkened. No matter who it is, they must pay back 100-fold for injuring defeating armies to this extent. Defeating armies knelt in front of Great Emperor Ziwei. My lord, it was Yang Chuan that day. I was captured by Yang Chuan. Defeating armies said bitterly. What? Impossible. How can Yang Chuan be a match for you? This is not his home ground. No, even if he was in his home ground, he wouldn't be a match for you. You're at the 15th heavenly layer. What kind of lousy cultivation base does Yang Chuan have? Wu Chu shouted in disbelief. Great Emperor Ziwei did not speak. He just looked at defeating armies. Yang Chuan is indeed not a match for me. I was careless. At that time, Yang Chuan's cultivation base was only at the 11th heavenly layer, but for some reason, Yang Chuan knew the Mu clan's life chart sharing technique. The mystical 14th heavenly layer shared Yang Chuan's life chart, and Yang Chuan's cultivation base instantly reached the 14th heavenly layer. So, defeating armies said bitterly. Tan Lang raised his eyebrows. The Mu clan. Life chart sharing technique? Does this require the unconditional trust of another person before the other person's life chart can be fused with one's own life chart? This is a forbidden technique of the Mu clan. How can Yang Chuan know it? Is Yang Chuan also a descendant of the Mu clan? Wu Chu asked in surprise. You're saying that you lost to Yang Chuan at the 14th heavenly layer? Great Emperor Ziwei finally spoke. Yes, I was careless and fell for Yang Chuan's universe in a palm. I underestimated Yang Chuan. Defeating armies said bitterly. Universe in a palm? It seems to have been created by someone called Bai Huang from the Third Era. Great Emperor Ziwei pondered. Yes, I was careless. Defeating armies said bitterly. So it's really Yang Chuan? We should have thought of it that day. Tan Lang said with a frown. Yang Chuan? My Ziwei celestial realm has never suffered such a great loss. My lord, I request to bring some people to raise Xianyang to the ground. Wu Chu immediately took a step forward. There's no need, brother Wu Chu. I'll take revenge myself. Defeating armies said with a fierce look. Wu Chu finally nodded. Also, my lord, Diazhen is extremely strange. They have a strange formation that can deprive the people of the second era of their astral powers. I'm in such a miserable state because my astral powers have been deprived. Astral powers strengthen the soldiers of Diazhen. Apart from me, Yang Chuan has also captured many people. A large number of second-era powerhouses are imprisoned in the same cell as me. Defeating armies reported. Deprive them of their astral powers? No wonder the number of Diazhen's powerhouses increased during the battle with Great Emperor Qinglong. The birth chart sharing technique deprives them of their astral powers? We've indeed underestimated Diazhen in the past. The officials were shocked. Great Emperor Ziwei tapped his dragon throne lightly with his finger. Left assistant. Great Emperor Ziwei called out. Yes, my lord. An official stepped forward. Announce this news to the world, Great Emperor Ziwei said. Understood. Left assistant replied. My lord, are you going to let the other great emperors find trouble with Yang Chuan? Defeating armies asked curiously. Great Emperor Ziwei looked at defeating armies. That's right. Deprive them of their astral powers? Yang Chuan will definitely become enemies with the world. As for you, defeating armies lowered his head. There are many things to do in the Ziwei celestial realm. I'm preparing to take over the western outer continent. Go and help once you. Great Emperor Ziwei said in a deep voice. Understood. Defeating armies replied. Xianyang City. Defeating armies had fled. The officials were still worried. However, Xianyang City welcomed another guest. It was Sun Wukong, who followed Tongtian. Yang Di, our benefactor asked me to pass this to you. Sun Wukong handed over a letter. Oh. Yang Chuan took the letter. He opened it and quickly scanned through it. Tongtian went to the Great Zhu Imperial Court? Yang Chuan asked in a deep voice. Yes. When Great Emperor Qinglong went to the northern outer continent, Wu Jiong sent someone to deliver a letter to our benefactor. It was a letter left behind by Hong Jun, Sun Wukong explained. A letter from Hong Jun? Yes. The letter described that Wu Jiong was Hongjuan's new disciple. He asked our benefactor to go to the western outer continent to assist Wu Jiong, Sun Wukong explained. And then, our benefactor felt that his tribulation was approaching, so he came to ask for your help. Yang Di, Sun Wukong said worriedly. Of course I'll go if Tongtian sends a letter. However, I want to know where this tribulation comes from. Yang Chuan asked curiously. Our benefactor didn't say the specifics, but the western outer continent is already bordering the Ziwei heavenly realm. Before I came, there was a small confrontation. Perhaps. Sun Wukong said in a low voice. I know. Yang Chuan nodded. Go and tell Tongtian that I'll be by his side before his tribulation comes. Yang Chuan said with certainty. Okay, then I'll thank Yang Di on behalf of our benefactor. Sun Wukong smiled. Thank. He and I don't need it. When I invited him, he came without hesitation. This time, I won't stand him up. Yang Chuan said with certainty. Okay, then I'll take my leave. Sun Wukong said gratefully. Yang Chuan nodded. Sun Wukong turned around and quickly headed west. After Sun Wukong left, Giguzi said, Celestial Emperor, Great Emperor Ziwei is very aggressive. He has conflicts with the Great Zhu Heavenly Court, and Tongtian has allied with Wu Jiong. This tribulation might come from Great Emperor Ziwei. I understand. Yang Chuan nodded. Pejuan has escaped, and the Great Zhu Heavenly Court and the Ziwei Heavenly Realm have become enemies. Your trip might be dangerous, Giguzi advised. Opportunities only come when there's danger. I understand. By the way, did Dark Giguzi go to the Great Benevolence World? Yang Chuan looked at Giguzi. That's right. Giguzi nodded. Let him find the Junction's body. When the four realms merge, I need to recover to the peak of my first era. Yang Chuan ordered. Don't worry, Your Majesty. I've already sent a message. Giguzi said solemnly. Also, continue to search for news of Dongfang Bubai. Great Emperor Ziwei didn't conquer the northeast continent and instead attacked the Great Zhu Heavenly Court. This Dongfang Bubai is definitely not simple in the second era, Yang Chuan said. Yes. 10 days later, Yang Chuan's six-dragon palanquin flew out of Xianyang and quickly headed west. Not long after Yang Chuan left Xianyang in his human form, the news of the Great Zhu Heavenly Court spread. Regardless of whether it was the Yang realm or the Netherworld, Pejuan's encounter in the Great Zhu Heavenly Court was everywhere. Netherworld, Nanwai continent. Pejuan? Depriving the stars of their power? No wonder Yang Chuan suddenly had so many experts under his command. Great Emperor Rosefinch's eyes turned cold. Yes, my lord. It seems like the 30 people who went to the Great Qin city with my lord were also. Yang Chuan? Great Emperor Rosefinch's eyes turned cold. My lord, The formation that deprives the stars of their power is too strange. We have to get rid of it as soon as possible. Otherwise, when the number of experts in the Great Jew Heavenly Court grows, Yang Chuan will be the strongest. That's right. Yang Chuan. Tempe. Set up the palanquin. I'm going to meet Great Emperors White Tiger, Xuanwu, and Qinglong. I want them to get rid of the formation that threatens us as soon as possible, Great Emperor Rosefinch said in a deep voice. Apart from Great Emperor Rosefinch, all the experts in the Second Era who were connected to the stars were in an uproar when they heard the news. Immediately, everyone looked at the Great Jew Heavenly Court with strong hostility. Chapter 1429. Yang Realm, Southeast Continent. Golden Celestial Realm. Yang Chuan's dragon carriage stopped outside the central main hall, outside the Golden Palace. Who are you? A group of golden-armored soldiers rushed into the sky. Outside the dragon carriage stood Bai Qi and Jin Dayu. The Celestial Emperor of Da Zhun requests to meet the Golden Celestial Emperor, Bai Qi shouted. The golden-armored soldiers in the distance quickly flew back to report. However, after flying for a while, Quang, the Golden Palace's door opened. Yang Realm, Great Qin City. Miao was pestering zombie Yang Chuan. Miao, Yang Chuan, you're going to the west. Why don't you let me go? I want to go too. Miao immediately shouted. Yang Chuan smiled. There's nothing fun in the dragon carriage flying. Let's wait for the future. After the sky-burying coffin fuses, I won't be able to teleport items. However, you can teleport to my body. You have the black gold nest. If I need anything, I'll let you know. But Sister Yu Shi is going too. Miao was still brooding. Yu Shi and Wu Jiong are related by blood. Therefore, I'll bring her along. Yang Chuan smiled. Miao, I want to play too. Miao said, feeling wronged. Don't worry. If there's anything fun, I'll definitely call you. Yang Chuan coaxed. All right. Miao felt helpless. Yang Realm, South Sea. South Sea was located in the center of the South Outer Continent, the Southeast Continent, and the Southwest Continent. There was a huge dragon palace in the western part of South Sea. It was similar to the East Sea Dragon Palace in the past, just slightly smaller. Dragon Palace Main Hall, South Sea Crystal Palace. Inside the Crystal Palace, an old man was sitting on a dragon throne. A group of subordinates stood on both sides. In the center, there was a thin man with an arrogant air. Old Dragon Emperor, Zhizun asked me to invite you to the West Outer Continent. The thin man smiled. The old man took a deep breath and said, didn't I pass down the South Sea Dragon race to that unfilial son? Didn't he already submit and become an ancestor? Why are you still here? You're the former South Sea Dragon King. Although you've given the dragon race to your son, don't you still have half of it? Moreover, the Supremes are also. The thin man laughed. Bastard. The old Dragon Emperor of the South Sea shouted. That's the responsibility of the Dragon Clan for generations. Ancestor Cheng destroyed the seal of the East Sea's eye, and now he wants to destroy the seal of the South Sea? The old Dragon Emperor immediately rebuked. Haha, there's nothing we can do about it. The Western Outer Continent is facing an unprecedented crisis. That's why we want to open the seal. I hope old Dragon Emperor can help us. The thin man smiled. Crisis? Crisis? What kind of danger was this? He had become Wu Jiong's dog, and now he wanted to drag the entire dragon race down with him? No, Scram, the South Sea does not welcome you. The old Dragon Emperor angrily rebuked. Just as the old Dragon Emperor was about to chase them away, a loud sound suddenly came from the bottom of the sea. Boom. With a loud bang, the old Dragon Emperor's expression changed. The Dragon Kings in the Crystal Palace also changed their expressions. You traitor, you tricked us to be here, but you secretly broke the seal of the Ocean Eye? The old Dragon Emperor immediately cried out in alarm. Boom. A group of people quickly rushed out and rushed towards the place where the loud sound came from. Soon, they arrived at the place where the loud noise came from. On the ground, a large number of prawn soldiers and crab generals were lying haphazardly on the ground. A large amount of turbid sea mud stirred up the center of the sea, making it impossible to see what was inside. Squeak, squeak. Within the murky seawater, the sound of babies laughing could be heard. This is. The old dragon emperor's face sank. He waved his hand. Boom. The turbid sea mud quickly settled down, revealing a strange monster in the center. The monster's appearance was extremely cute. It had a huge pink head that looked like a jelly, 2 big sparkling eyes, and 8 huge tails that were 30 feet long. The 8 10-meter-long tails were of different colors, and as they swayed, the seawater churned. Yeah, yeah. The monster let out an adorable cry. There were hundreds of black-robed experts in the surroundings, and below them was a cavern. There was a dragon-shaped seal on the cavern, and there was a small crack in the seal. The monster came out from that crack. The seal was broken. The old dragon emperor's face changed. Catch it! The hundreds of black-robed experts immediately shouted. Boom! The group of people grabbed at the monster. Yeah, yeah. The monster seemed to be extremely happy as it pounced at the group of people. In the blink of an eye, the monster and the black-robed experts got closer. It was as if they were relatives that they hadn't seen for many years, and they were extremely happy. I'll do it, haha. An expert immediately rushed to the front and stretched out his hand to grab the monster. The monster suddenly opened its mouth, and its mouth strangely grew bigger and bigger. In the blink of an eye, it was bigger than its entire body. Awoo! It swallowed the expert at the front in one gulp. What? Everyone's face changed. The monster's mouth returned to its original size, and it seemed to be enjoying eating a person. Yeah, yeah. The monster quickly pounced at the group. World exterminating heaven slash. A massive sword beam cut through the waves and headed straight for the monster. Awoo! The sword light was swallowed. What? Let's attack together. Rumble. All sorts of saber lights and sword lights rushed towards the monster. Many heavy attacks hit the monster's body, but they were instantly repelled by the monster's elastic skin. But when they entered the monster's mouth, they were like the best nourishment. Awoo! 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 The monster ate happily and continuously. Any attacks that hit its body were repelled, and it ate everything that came close. Eat! 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 In the blink of an eye, half of the hundreds of experts were eaten. Boom! An expert who had merged with the heavenly Tao hid from the monster in fear. Yeah, yeah. The monster charged forward. Awoo! It seemed to have bitten the heavenly Tao, and it swallowed the ancestral Immortal who had merged with the heavenly Tao. No, no. Miserable cries could be heard all around. The monster was incomparably happy, and it swallowed everywhere. The old dragon emperor looked from afar, and his face turned pale. Heaven-devouring tailed beast. The 8th divine beast. The old dragon emperor said in shock. Dragon emperor, what's a heaven-devouring tailed beast? Is it more powerful than the explosive beast that appeared in the East Sea? The explosive beast can only be considered the 9th divine beast in the world, but this is the 8th divine beast. What do you think? No, legend has it that the 8th divine beast is only temporary. This monster can devour everything, digest everything, and refine the abilities of other divine beasts. If it can eat the 7th divine beast, it will evolve into the 7th divine beast. If it eats the 6th divine beast, it will evolve into the 6th divine beast. In any case, it can evolve. Legend has it that when it first appeared, it was only ranked at the 15th. Evolve. Is it that powerful? The heaven-devouring tailed beast is called the heaven-devouring beast. It can eat anything, even the heavens. Its tyrannical attribute allows it to ignore everything and devour everything. The more it eats, the stronger it becomes, the old dragon emperor said in horror. Boom! In the distance, at the seal, another tail emerged from within. Not good, there is more than one heaven-devouring tailed beast in the seal. The old dragon emperor's expression changed. What do we do now? I'll go reinforce the seal. You guys run to the surrounding weaves and report to the city lords. Tell them to evacuate the people. The heaven-devouring tailed beast is here. No one can escape. Hurry, 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 the old dragon emperor roared. No, Dragon Emperor, it is dangerous. Only one came out now. If all of them come out, it will be over. If they continue to grow, no one in the world will be able to stop them. They will be invincible and devour everything. Hurry, 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 the old Dragon Emperor shouted. Under the Dragon Emperor's orders, the Dragon Kings quickly flew to the various territories to report. The closest territory to this place was the eternal territory of the outer South continent. When a Dragon King rushed into a city lord's residence and reported everything. The city lord had a disapproving look on his face. Devour everything? Are you kidding? There are many experts in the world. How can a divine beast compare to the lord of the outer South continent and the great emperors? The city lord was unconvinced. However, he still sent people to the southern sea to investigate. The Dragon Kings had no choice but to go to other cities. However, they did not believe that the heaven-devouring tailed beast was powerful. A few days later, a city in the Eternal Territory welcomed a heaven-devouring tailed beast. In one night, all the living beings in the city were gone. Not only were they gone, but the entire city was gone. All the palaces and formations were eaten. In the end, only a small number of cultivators managed to escape. They watched as the heaven-devouring tailed beast ate the entire city, then the ground. It drilled a huge hole and disappeared without a trace. When the news spread, the entire Eternal Territory was in an uproar. At the same time, news came from the Southern Sea. All the dragons in the Southern Sea, including the old Dragon Emperor, were eaten. Not a single one was spared. Even the richly decorated Dragon Palace was eaten. In the Eternal Territory, a heaven-devouring tailed beast appeared and disappeared mysteriously. Every time it appeared, it became stronger. Eat, eat, eat. No matter what cultivator it encountered, they were all eaten. Countless holes were gnawed on the ground. The appearance of the monster caused countless cultivators in the Eternal Territory to panic. At the same time, the news quickly spread in all directions. Outer South Continent, outside the Imperial Palace. The patriarch of the Kong family, Peacock Z, was reading a secret letter. Eternal Territory, heaven-devouring tailed beast. Peacock Z's eyes narrowed. Patriarch, what's wrong? Inform the palace masters to follow me to the Eternal Territory to capture the heaven-devouring tailed beast. Peacock Z glared. Yes. Ring Southwest Continent. Celestial Longevity Realm. In a large hall, a black-robed man stood. He held a black long sword and had a dignified expression. "My lord, 7 kills," one of the subordinates said. "I've already looked into the matter. It's true. There are heaven-devouring tail beasts sealed in the sea eye of the South Sea, and all of the South Sea dragonfolk have been eaten. One of the heaven-devouring tail beasts even entered the everlasting domain and devoured everything. Heaven-devouring tailed beast. That heaven-defying divine beast. Ha ha, inform the 12 fiends to follow me to the Southern Sea to capture the heaven-devouring tailed beast." 7 kills said. Yes. Underworld, Great Qin City. Liu Gang respectfully reported to Zombie Yang Chuan. Heaven-devouring tailed beast. It's actually a heaven-devouring tailed beast. Yang Chuan's eyes widened. Yes, Celestial Emperor. Is the heaven-devouring tailed beast really that powerful? Liu Gang asked curiously. Zhongshan, the transcendent of the greater 1,000 domains, refined a heaven-devouring tailed beast. However, it was no longer the 8th divine beast. It had devoured a large number of divine beasts. In my first life, I had already devoured the 2nd divine beast and took its place, Yang Chuan said solemnly. The 2nd divine beast in the world? That's right. Heaven-devouring tailed beast. There's actually a large number of heaven-devouring tailed beasts sealed in the Southern Sea. Yang Chuan's eyes lit up. At the same time, Ring Southeast Continent. Yang Chuan brought Mo Yushi and looked at Golden Emperor. Golden Emperor, I'll take my leave first. See you again, Millimeter. Golden Emperor nodded solemnly. Yang Chuan, Mo Yushi, Bai Qi, and Jin Dayu stepped onto the dragon carriage. Roar. The dragon carriage roared and flew into the sky. To the Southern Sea, the Eternal Territory. Yang Chuan said solemnly. Roar. The 6 dragons roared and flew towards the southwest. Chapter 1430. Emperor Micro Celestial Realm, Middle Heaven Continent. Inside a large hall, defeating armies stood before a man in white scholarly robes. Wen Chu, my lord asked me to help you deal with the Great Jew Imperial Court. Defeating armies said with a frown. Wen Chu smiled and shook his head. There's no rush. Great Jew is in a hurry right now. I know you followed my lord's orders, but everything can be changed. The West Outer Continent is in a stalemate, and you can't do anything for now. Right now, the most important thing is the humiliation you've suffered all these years. Defeating armies frowned. According to the scouts, Yang Chuan came out of the Gold Celestial Realm and headed southwest. It seems that he also received news of the heaven-devouring beast. Wen Chu said solemnly. That should be it. Defeating armies nodded. Go. It has always been the Emperor Micro Celestial Realm bullying others. We've never been bullied. Since Yang Chuan came out to seek death, we'll deal with him, Wen Chu said. Defeating armies' eyes flashed with gratitude. Many thanks. Ha 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 ha, you and I have worked together since the Second Epoch. There's no need to be so polite. I have to watch over the West Outer Continent and not leave. Otherwise, I'll accompany you to take revenge. Wen Chu laughed. Millimeter, don't worry. I won't let you down. Yang Chuan? Since he came out, he can forget about going back. Defeating armies' eyes flashed with a vicious light. We'll go with you. A voice suddenly called out from outside the hall. 3 tall and sturdy men slowly walked in from outside the main hall. Greed, Wu Chu, Jumen? Defeating armies was taken aback. One accident is enough. This time, we'll go with you and let the rascals of the world understand the consequences of offending the Emperor Micro Celestial Realm, Greed said. Okay. Defeating armies nodded. The 4 captains of the Emperor Micro Celestial Realm soared into the sky and headed for the South Outer Continent. Eternal Domain was currently facing a calamity from the heavens. Yeah. The heaven-devouring beast let out a joyful babe-like cry. It was like a demon had descended. Everywhere it went, it devoured everything. One city after another was devoured, one mountain after another was devoured, and one piece of land after another was devoured. It was as if there was nothing it wouldn't eat. As time passed, the Eternal Domain had long since become a living hell. In a huge city, countless Shouja ran out of the city in terror. Yeah. In the void, the 8 shadows condensed into 8 huge tails. As the tails swayed, the void shook. Some experts who wanted to fly out of the city were immediately pulled back by the swaying tails. Help! Don't eat me. Father, mother, save me. Master. Ah! The entire city was filled with cries of grief. Outside the city, Peacocksy rushed over with nearly 1,000 Shouja. Right here. Peacock's eyes lit up. Far off in the distance, a 300-meter-long heaven-devourer-tailed beast could be seen swinging its tail, stirring up everything around it. The heaven-devourer-tailed beast opened its mouth wide and devoured everything around it. Didn't the letter say that the heaven-devourer beast was at most 30 meters long? Why is it 1,000 feet now? A person at the side asked with a frown. The sky-devouring tailed beast has grown stronger and bigger. Peacocksy's eyes were filled with excitement. It is indeed a good treasure. With this divine beast, we are no different from an army. Everyone, follow me to capture this heaven-devourer-tailed beast. Peacocksy called out. Okay. The Shouja replied. Boom. The Shouja rushed into the city. The heaven-devourer-tailed beast had been happily devouring the people in the city, and countless buildings flew into its mouth. Suddenly, it sensed experts approaching and looked over. Nearly 1,000 peerless experts. The stronger they were, the more the heaven-devourer-tailed beast liked them. The sudden arrival of experts naturally made the heaven-devourer-tailed beast happy. Yeah. Ignoring everything around it, the heaven-devourer-tailed beast pounced, looking as happy as if it had met a family member. Boom. The 2 sides clashed. 6 hours later. Peacock Z led 500 experts and fled the city in a sorry state. They were all covered in wounds and shocked. How is this possible? How can the heaven devourer tailed beast be so strong? It's only been a while, and half of us are dead. Peacock Z muttered. Patriarch, that heaven devourer tailed beast is too strong. If not for the fact that we split up and ran, we would have been wiped out, someone said bitterly. The more it is so, the more I want to get it. As long as I can refine one heaven devourer tailed beast, I will use unlimited resources to make it stronger and stronger. In the future, I won't have to live under the protection of the ancestors. Peacock Z's eyes flashed with determination. But we are no match for it. It's fine. Isn't there another eye in the South Sea? There must be weaker heaven devourer tailed beasts there. You, inform the others to head to the South Sea Dragon Palace. Peacock Z said. Yes. Let's go to the eye of the South Sea. Peacock Z shouted. Above the South Sea. Roar. Roar. The 6-dragon carriage roared, and Yang Chuan and the others arrived at the eye of the South Sea. For this trip, Yang Chuan only brought Jin Dayu, Bai Qi, and Mo Yushi. Stop! Bai Qi yelled. The dragon carriage stopped abruptly. Yang Chuan and Mo Yushi walked to the balcony of the dragon carriage and looked at the eye of the sea in the distance. At the eye of the sea, 2 forces were fighting. One of them was led by Peacock Z, who held the peacock plume in his hand. Behind him were close to 10,000 cultivators. On the other side was a man in a black robe, who held the hilt of a black sword in his hand. He looked very handsome. Behind him were a group of subordinates. Heavenly Emperor, that's the commander of the 6th Army under the Longevity Emperor, Qi Sho. Rumor has it that he is slightly weaker than Jun Po, but he is still at the 15th tier of the martial heaven, about the same as Ju in the pass. Bai Qi explained. Qi Sho. Yang Chuan said solemnly. In the distance, Peacock Z glared angrily. Qi Sho, the heaven devourer tailed beasts here are ours. Ha ha ha, this is the South Sea, between our 2 forces. Do you think it's yours just because you say so? There's a heaven devourer tailed beast in the eternal domain. Why don't you go and capture it? Qi Sho sneered. Although Peacock Z had brought 10,000 people, Qi Sho was not afraid. In fact, he did not even care about them. If not for Kong Huangtian, he would not have wasted his breath on Peacock Z. Roar. At this moment, a dragon's roar sounded in the distance. It was Yang Chuan and his group. Peacock Z and Qi Sho looked over coldly. Yang Chuan? Peacock Z frowned. Qi Sho stared at Mo Yushi. More accurately, he was staring at the purple crystal between Mo Yushi's eyebrows. Dark Phoenix. Qi Sho looked at Mo Yushi in the distance with a serious expression. Yang Chuan, what are you doing here? Do you want to fight with my Kong family for the heaven devourer tailed beast? Peacock Z glared. Yang Chuan smiled faintly. I already know about the eternal domain. Peacock Z asked. Peacock Z, Qi Sho? I think you're both determined to get the heaven devourer tailed beast. Yang Chuan smiled. What? You want to interfere too? Qi Sho suddenly smiled evilly. Peacock Z frowned at Yang Chuan. The heaven devourer tailed beast is still sealed. Why don't you take it out and take a look before deciding who it belongs to? Yang Chuan smiled. What do you mean? Peacock Z did not understand. I'm sure everyone has their own sources of information. The Dragon Emperor of the South Sea sacrificed himself to repair the seal. But before this, do you remember that only one heaven-devouring tailed beast came out? Why is there only one? Are the others slow to react? Yang Chuan asked. Qi Sho's face darkened. He looked down at the huge seal in the depths of the sea that they had forced open. Only one heaven-devourer tailed beast came out from the crack. Is it because it was the smallest one? Qi Sho's face darkened. That's what I think. Yang Chuan nodded. That was the weakest heaven-devourer tailed beast. Peacock Z was confused. If the 2 of you fight to the death, will you be able to subdue all the heaven-devourer tailed beasts here? This place doesn't belong to any side, and the heaven-devourer tailed beast doesn't belong to anyone. Moreover, There must be more than one heaven devourer-tailed beast inside. Why don't we use our own methods? Yang Chuan said. Peacock Zi and Qi Sha looked at each other. Okay. The two answered at the same time. They knew that Yang Chuan had arrived after a short delay. If they delayed any longer, more experts would arrive. They had to be quick. I'll break the seal. 12 fiends, stand by. Qi Sha said. Yes. The 12 subordinates answered. As he spoke, Qi Sha unsheathed his long sword. Peacock Zi and Yang Chuan stood by. Break. Qi Sha roared. A dazzling ray of sword light shot towards the seal. Boom. The huge seal exploded, revealing a huge cave entrance. This time, unlike the East Sea, the surrounding seawater did not rush in. Instead, a large number of tails emerged from the cave. Heaven devourer-tailed beast. Peacock Zi's eyes were filled with excitement. Squeak. Whoosh. The first heaven devourer-tailed beast charged out of the cave. Boom. 8 tails swung, and the surrounding void shook violently. This is a heaven devourer-tailed beast. An expert behind Peacock Zi exclaimed. The heaven devourer-tailed beast in the eternal domain was 1,000 feet long. When it first appeared, it was less than 10 feet long. Now, there was a heaven devourer-tailed beast in front of them. It really is a heaven devourer-tailed beast. Qi Sha's eyes flashed with excitement. In the distance, Yang Chuan's eyelids were twitching. The voice of the heaven-devouring tailed beast could be heard from the cave again. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Numerous voices rang out. Rumble. One by one, the heaven-devouring tail beasts rushed out of the eye of the sea. In the blink of an eye, nearly 200 heaven-devouring tail beasts flew out. The big ones were around 2,000 feet in size, while the small ones were around 300 feet in size. Yeah, yeah. The heaven-swallowing tailed beasts kept calling out, looking very cute. Moreover, these heaven-swallowing tailed beasts excitedly pounced towards the practitioners in all directions. 200 heaven-devouring beasts. Almost everyone shuddered at the sudden change in the situation. Even Yang Chuan's expression changed at this moment. So many. Chapter 1431. 200 sky-devouring beasts. Almost everyone shuddered at the sudden change in the situation. Even Yang Chuan's expression changed at this moment. That many. Yang Chuan had received news from the everlasting domain in a steady stream. A 30-meter-long sky-devouring beast was practically invincible in the everlasting domain. Some of the major cities in the everlasting domain were guarded by ancestral immortals. Even then, a 30-meter-long sky-devouring beast could eat them all. Now, the largest was 200 meters, while the smallest was 300 meters. Were these sky-devouring beasts free? Was this Fuchs's seal? That's a lot. Peacock Zi's expression darkened. 7 Kills' expression changed as well. Yeah. The 200 sky-devouring beasts pounced on the scattered crowd in excitement. As soon as they appeared, countless delicacies appeared. Naturally, the sky-devouring beasts fought to be first. Peacock Zi's group led the charge. With more than 10,000 people, it was a sumptuous feast. Most of the sky-devouring beasts pounced on Peacock Zi. The sky-devouring beasts seemed to be able to tell which ones were stronger and which ones were tastier. Qi Sha was a strong cultivator of the 15th level of the celestial plane. Although he had just entered the 15th level of the celestial plane, he was the strongest person there. Therefore, the largest sky-swallowing tailed beast rushed towards Qi Sha. Aside from that, there was another 300-meter-long sky-devouring beast following behind. 7 Kills was powerful, and the 12 fiends he brought were all peerless powerhouses. Even if the 300-meter-long sky-devouring beast couldn't eat meat, it could at least eat soup. It charged at 7 Kills' subordinates. Yeah. The 2 giant sky-devouring beasts charged. 7 Kills immediately drew his sword and slashed at them. Sky-severing art. 7 Kills slashed at the largest divine beast. The largest divine beast's 8 tails met the attack. Boom. 7 kills of the 15th layer didn't kill the divine beast, but only sent it flying back 1,000 meters. Yeah. The largest divine beast charged at 7 kills with excitement. How can this be? 7 kills exclaimed. On the other side, the 300-meter-long sky-devouring beasts also charged at the 12 fiends. Die. One of the earthly fiend star powerhouses slashed. A sword ray sliced through the void and headed straight for the tailed beast. Awoo. The sword light was instantly devoured. What? Awoo. The heaven-swallowing tailed beast's speed instantly increased dramatically. In the blink of an eye, it was right in front of him, swallowing that earthly fiend star in one gulp. 12th brother. The crowd of earthly fiend star powerhouses shouted in fright. Yeah. Swallowing an earthly fiend star expert, that heaven-swallowing tailed beast was excited and cheerful. Spit out my 12th brother. The crowd of earthly fiend star powerhouses shouted in fright. Boom. A group of energy swords slashed at the 1,000 feet long tailed beast. However, the tailed beast's body was too tough, and it instantly deflected the energy swords. Yeah. The tailed beasts cheerfully continued to pounce, and one of the earthly fiend star powerhouses looked at the starry sky in horror. An earthly fiend star in the starry sky suddenly emitted a ray of red light and then dimmed. 12th brother is dead. Digested by this monster. That powerhouse's expression changed. 12th brother is a 13th firmament ancestral immortal. How can this be? Another powerhouse said in fright. Look, it was 100 feet just now. After eating 12th brother, it became 110 feet. It became bigger. It wants to eat us to strengthen itself. Kill it and avenge 12th brother. Kill. 11 earthly fiend star powerhouses furiously fought. Yeah. But the heaven-swallowing tailed beast was not afraid at all. Instead, it was even happier. After eating one, it seemed to be addicted. The 11 before it also wanted to eat because the heaven-swallowing tailed beast could see that these 11 were not only 13th firmament ancestral immortals, but also 14th firmament ancestral immortals. Yeah. There were sounds of pursuit in all directions. 7 kills against the strongest heaven-swallowing tailed beast. In the distance, Peacock's subordinates were completely unable to withstand a single blow from the group of heaven-swallowing tailed beasts. They were completely abused and eaten. Save us. Monster. Close to 10,000 cultivators were quickly scattered and chased by the group of heaven-swallowing tailed beasts. Yeah. The heaven-swallowing tailed beasts happily chased after them toward the eternal domain. A single heaven-swallowing tailed beast in the eternal domain was already a living hell. Now, close to 200 heaven-swallowing tailed beasts were charging over. Even Peacock, who was running at the front, felt a chill run down his spine. One could foresee that the eternal domain was finish. At the same time, Yang Chuan attracted a heaven-swallowing tailed beast. It was a 300-meter-long heaven-swallowing tailed beast. Yeah. The heaven-swallowing tailed beast pounced. Boom. Bai Qi slashed with his saber, sending a vast astral saber at the heaven-swallowing tailed beast. Awoo. The heaven-swallowing Bai Qi's astral saber in one gulp. Not good. Bai Qi's expression changed. Clang. Jin Dayu's divine emperor bell rang loudly, sending out a surging sound wave. Awoo. The heaven-swallowing Bai Qi's sound attack in one gulp. Roar. The dragons were horrified. Yang Chuan stepped forward and met the heaven-swallowing tailed beast head-on. Seeing Yang Chuan charging over, the heaven-swallowing tailed beast was overjoyed. Yeah. Its 2 huge tails swayed rapidly. Slash. Yang Chuan waved his hand, and the Jade Emperor sword appeared. He slashed at the heaven-swallowing tailed beast. A blood-red energy sword shot out. Awoo. The heaven-swallowing tailed beast swallowed it in one gulp. Bastard. Yang Chuan's expression darkened. His hands glowed with white light. He used the hand of Tao, and a huge white energy palm shot out. Whiz. Suddenly, the energy palm grabbed a huge tail. Awoo. The heaven-swallowing tailed beast bit off the energy palm's finger and escaped. You can eat that. Yang Chuan said in surprise. Roar. Yang Chuan had no choice but to transform. A head of blood-red hair appeared. A sea of blood instantly filled the surroundings. Yeah, the heaven-swallowing tailed beast pounced on the sea of blood excitedly. Whoosh. Suddenly, the heaven-swallowing tailed beast sucked the sea of blood. The sea of blood rushed into its mouth. Fuck me. You can eat that. One of the dragons on the dragon carriage exclaimed. The heaven-swallowing tailed beast eats everything? Monster. Jin Dayu exclaimed. Yang Chuan was the first to bear the brunt of the attack. His eyelids twitched. Universe in the palm. Yang Chuan reached out with his right hand. Whiz. The heaven-swallowing tailed beast did not resist. It was instantly pulled into Yang Chuan's palm. Countless stars appeared in Yang Chuan's palm. The stars connected to the stars, and the power of the stars surged into Yang Chuan's palm. Rumble. The power of billions of stars gathered in Yang Chuan's palm. It was as if billions of stars were crashing into the heaven-swallowing tailed beast, trying to crush it. Yeah. The heaven-swallowing tailed beast was excited. It suddenly opened its mouth. Die. Yang Chuan shouted. The power of billions of stars crashed into the heaven-swallowing tailed beast. Awoo. The heaven-swallowing tailed beast ate billions of stars in one gulp. Yang Chuan was speechless. Yang Chuan stood in the air, dumbfounded. It ate. That was the power of the stars. It ate it all in one gulp. Yeah. The heaven-swallowing tailed beast happily digested the power of the stars. In a short while, the heaven-swallowing tailed beast's body changed from 100 feet to 110 feet long. The heaven-swallowing tailed beast was getting stronger. The universe in the palm was useless against it. The divine beast's attributes were too insane. Yeah. The heaven-devouring tailed beast wasn't quite satisfied yet, and began to fly around Yang Chuan's palm. However, there was nothing Yang Chuan could do about it. The power of the stars was useless, and all he could do was keep it flying around. Yang Chuan stared blankly at his palm, his face full of shock. Mo Yu she seemed to have noticed Yang Chuan's strange behavior. She quickly flew to him. What's wrong? Mo Yu she asked curiously. Mo Yu she was curious. Yang Chuan didn't know how to explain. However, in the next moment, Yang Chuan's expression changed again. The heaven-swallowing tailed beast had crushed the space inside the universe in the palm. Crack. The universe in the palm was crushed. Was the heaven-swallowing tailed beast about to escape? What? Yang Chuan was shocked. The heaven-swallowing tailed beast's ability was too insane. Wouldn't it be bad if it escaped? On the other side, Peacock Sun's people either ate or ran away. Only 7 kills and his men were left. 7 kills heaven-shocking slash. 7 kills slashed at the largest heaven-swallowing tailed beast. Boom. The heaven-swallowing tailed beast was sent flying. Yeah. The heaven-swallowing tailed beast saw how disgusting it was to eat 7 kills. It turned around and chased after the rest of the group. 7 kills sighed. He turned to look at his subordinates. Awoo. Another heaven-swallowing tailed beast had swallowed another one of his subordinates. What? Brave Earth. 7 kills shouted. He only had 7 subordinates left. 4 of them had already been eaten, including the one in front of him. Sir. The 7 subordinates ran to 7 kills in fear. Sir, Big Brother is at the 14th layer of heaven. How could he be eaten? Sir, please save Big Brother, one of the subordinates shouted in fear. In the sky above, the brave star suddenly shone with a red light. It then dimmed. Dead. Big Brother is dead. Big Brother can't even resist this. Big Brother is at the 14th layer of heaven. He's been refined in such a short time. No. Everyone shouted in fear. As they shouted, the heaven-swallowing tailed beast grew to a size of 140 jong. 14th layer of heaven? Open its mouth and swallow. Yeah. The divine beast pounced on 7 kills and the others again. Bastard, die. 7 kills slashed at the divine beast angrily. Boom. The heaven-swallowing tailed beast's huge tail was cut off. Not only that, The huge impact sent the heaven-swallowing tailed beast flying in the direction of Yang Chuan and the others. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, it reached Yang Chuan and Mo Yushi. What? Everyone's expression changed. The heaven-swallowing tailed beast, whose tail had been cut off, steadied itself. Yeah. It opened its mouth and tried to swallow Mo Yushi. Ah! Mo Yushi was swallowed by the heaven-swallowing tailed beast in a flash. Yang Chuan, save me! Mo Yushi screamed in fear. Mo Yushi was going to be eaten. Yang Chuan had seen how fast the heaven-swallowing tailed beast could refine people. His expression changed and he stopped using the universe in his palm. He quickly threw the heaven-swallowing tailed beast out of his palm. Yang Chuan blocked the heaven-swallowing tailed beast's mouth with one hand and grabbed Mo Yushi with the other. Mo Yushi was already in despair when Yang Chuan grabbed her. The happiness in his heart instantly gushed out. In her despair, she finally had Yang Chuan by her side. This was an indescribable happiness. Get out! Yang Chuan's expression changed and he exerted force. Whoosh! Mo Yushi was thrown out. Awoo! Mo Yushi, who was sent flying, suddenly saw the 140-foot heaven-devouring tail beast suddenly open its mouth and swallow Yang Chuan. Mo Yushi, who was flying in the air, was stunned. Yang Chuan was eaten. Chapter 1432. Yang Chuan was eaten. Time seemed to freeze in that instant. Mo Yushi was thrown into the air, staring blankly at the 104-foot-long heaven-devourer beast. Bai Qi, Jin Dayu, and the 6 dragons widened their eyes in shock. In the distance, 7 Kills was still slashing with his sword. His 7 subordinates also widened their eyes. A 110-foot-long heaven-devourer beast that had escaped from Yang Chuan's universe in the palm was thrown into the air. Almost everyone's gaze was fixed on the center where the mythical beast with a broken tail swallowed Yang Chuan. It had eaten Yang Chuan. No. Mo Yushi cried at the top of her lungs. Squeak. The heaven-devourer beast seemed to be frightened by the loss of its tail. It immediately flew toward the eternal domain in a panic. No. Yang Chuan. Mo Yushi cried as if she had broken down. Yang Chuan had been eaten by a monster to save her. As for that monster, even if it was a 14th heavenly layer expert, it would still be digested very quickly after swallowing it. Yang Chuan's previous moves had no effect on it. Was Yang Chuan doomed? Had she killed her husband? Mo Yushi screamed in despair. No. Jin Dayu, protect the Empress. You fly the fastest. If necessary, take the Empress away. Dragons, follow me to the eternal domain to find the celestial emperor. Bai Qi shouted. Boom. Bai Qi led the dragons toward the eternal domain. The last heaven-devourer beast that had escaped from Yang Chuan's universe in the palm was still charging toward 7 Kills and the others. Squeak, squeak. The last heaven-devourer beast pounced. You're courting death. 7 Kills sneered. 7 Kills couldn't do anything to a 200-foot-long heaven-devourer beast. He could cut off a 100-foot-long heaven-devourer beast's tail. Now, a 100-foot-long heaven-devourer beast wanted to eat him? Empress! Jin Dayu shouted. Mo Yushi was still in a daze. Was Yang Chuan dead for sure? Although there was also a zombie Yang Chuan, and although they were the same person, Mo Yushi only recognized the human Yang Chuan. All the physical contact was between the human Yang Chuan and the zombie Yang Chuan. It was just that their minds were the same and they were only communicating mentally. Her husband had died trying to save her. Mo Yushi's mind collapsed. No. Mo Yushi screamed. As he howled in grief, his body suddenly emitted billowing black gas. The deep purple crystal between her eyebrows, the symbol of the dark phoenix, suddenly merged into Mo Yushi's body. Rolling deep purple energy spread out. Boom. The dark purple aura emitted and actually forced Jin Dayu to retreat. I caused Yang Chuan's death. I caused Yang Chuan's death. As Mo Yushi collapsed, the dark phoenix crystal in her body seemed to quickly dissolve and merge with Mo Yushi. Screech. With a phoenix's mournful cry, Mo Yushi suddenly transformed into a huge black phoenix. Of the 12 huge phoenix tails, 4 of them were connected to 4 different reincarnations. Screech. Mo Yu, she let out another phoenix cry. Under the phoenix cry, the surroundings suddenly darkened and a dark aura enveloped the sea. As the phoenix tails swayed, the void trembled. Then, 8 huge blue whirlpools suddenly appeared around the huge black phoenix. 8 more reincarnations? Jin Dayu cried out in shock. The black phoenix swung its tail fiercely. The other 8 tails that were not connected to the reincarnation channel instantly merged with it. Boom. Boom. The aura around Mo Yushi's body was constantly rising. What's going on? Why is the queen's cultivation increasing so quickly? She's getting stronger and stronger. Jin Dayu exclaimed. The black phoenix was in a daze. Its eyes were filled with grief. Suddenly, the black phoenix saw 7 kills in the distance. 7 kills was dealing with the heaven-devouring tail beast. In an instant, the black phoenix recalled that it was 7 kills who attacked the heaven-devouring tail beast. It was 7 kills. It was him. You caused Yang Chuan's death. I'll kill you, the black phoenix screamed hysterically. Screech. The black phoenix let out a furious cry and charged at 7 kills. As it charged, the void shattered where it passed. Even Jin Dayu, who was at the side, was sent flying by this terrifying aura. Level 15? How is that possible? The queen only reached level 12 when she was deprived of the astral power of the second era. How did she reach level 15 in the blink of an eye? Yes, it must be level 15. It's the same aura on the 7th of June every year. How is that possible? Jin Dayu looked at the black phoenix charging at 7 kills in shock. 7 kills was dealing with the heaven-devouring tail beast. The beast was a piece of cake for 7 kills. He had already cut off 3 of its tails. When he was about to attack again to take down the heaven-devouring tail beast, a violent aura suddenly rushed toward him. 7 kills turned his head. Dark Phoenix. Merged. 1/6 of the phoenix's power? 7 kills was shocked. The ferocious black phoenix was right in front of him in an instant. Boom. 7 kills, who was suppressing the heaven-devouring tail beast, was sent flying. Screech. The black phoenix was not satisfied. It spread its wings angrily. Endless black flames immediately surrounded 7 kills. I'll kill you, the black phoenix screamed at the top of its lungs. Crazy woman, you're crazy. 7 kills shouted. Boom. The black phoenix charged again, and the void shattered. She swung her tail, and the 12 paths of reincarnation swept toward 7 kills like 12 huge pillars. Boom. The entire South Sea was filled with the sound of a huge impact. 7 kills subordinates opened their mouths in shock. Jin Dayu also opened his mouth wide in shock. Wasn't Mo Yushi's current strength too fearsome? Dark Phoenix. What was going on? How did she become so strong in the blink of an eye? The last heaven-devouring tail beast had 3 of its tails cut off by 7 kills. Now that 7 kills was knocked away by the black phoenix, the heaven-devouring tail beast swallowed the tail that was cut off. In the blink of an eye, 3 new tails grew out. Yeah. The last heaven-devouring tail beast quickly rushed toward the eternal domain. Clearly, the battle just now had made it feel a certain amount of fear. All the heaven-devouring tail beasts rushed toward the eternal domain. Above the South Sea, Jin Dayu anxiously watched the battle, worried that something had happened to the Empress. On the other side, Bai Qi quickly used his life token to send a message to the Great Qin City in the Netherworld. Netherworld, Great Qin City. The moment Yang Chuan was eaten by a heaven-devouring tail beast. Zombie Yang Chuan was presiding over a court meeting. All the officials stood in the central hall, and Li Sai was reporting to Yang Chuan. Whoosh. Zombie Yang Chuan stood up abruptly, his expression changing. What's wrong, Celestial Emperor? Li Sai asked in surprise. I need to go into seclusion. Don't disturb me. Crown Prince, you'll be in charge for now. Zombie Yang Chuan shouted. Whoosh. Zombie Yang Chuan disappeared. This was the first time that Yang Chuan had lost his composure like this. Crown Prince Fu Su, Li Sai, and the others were all shocked. The court meeting was temporarily suspended. Crown Prince. All the officials looked at the Crown Prince. Fu Su frowned and said, "Father is in such a hurry. Something big must have happened. Contact the Yang realm. Also, contact Bai Qi and the others." Yes. It didn't take long for Bai Qi to report back. 200 heaven-devouring tail beasts. Something bad happened to the Celestial Emperor. How could this be? All the officials exclaimed. Something must have happened to father. However, tell Bai Qi not to panic. Find that heaven-devouring tail beast with a broken tail. Fu Su immediately said. Millimeter. The officials nodded. Liu Gang. Fu Su called out. Crown Prince. Liu Gang stepped forward. Immediately inform all the guards near Eternal Domain to search for the heaven-devouring tail beast with a broken tail. The guards in the surrounding weaves should rush to Eternal Domain as well. Hurry. Fu Su ordered. Yes. Also, send a message to Jin Dayu. Swear to protect mother's safety, Fu Su ordered. Yes. The news quickly spread to the Yang realm. Zhao Arfang, Zizi, and Le immediately received the news. What do we do? What do we do? Le asked anxiously. Arfang, quickly divine how husband is doing. Zizi said anxiously. I've already informed Mr. Gui Guzi. My divination isn't enough. I need his help. Zhao Arfang nodded worriedly. Meow, meow, big sis, it's bad, it's bad. Meow immediately cried out. What's wrong? Zizi asked in surprise. I can't contact Yang Chuan. I have a contract with him, so I can't teleport over. Will Yang Chuan die? Meow. Meow was on the verge of tears. It'll be fine, Zizi comforted, her eyes red. At this moment, she didn't know whether she was comforting Meow or herself. For a moment, the news of Yang Chuan being eaten affected the hearts of countless people in Great Shun. Above the South Sea, Jin Dayu had initially been worried that something would happen to Mo Yushi. However, the Dark Phoenix's strength was simply too ferocious. Coupled with Mo Yushi's suicidal attacks, both sides were heavily injured. Crazy woman, you're crazy. 7 kills fought for a while. His entire body was charred black, and he spat out blood. Ming, I'll take your life. Black Phoenix shed tears as she fought desperately. Boom. Finally, 7 kills sword was shattered by Black Phoenix. The two 15th Heavens powerhouses clashed violently. Jin Dayu and the 7 earthly fiend stars were all sent flying by the shockwaves. It was a heavy blow that injured both sides. Cough, cough, cough. Just you wait, crazy woman. 7 kills clutched his chest and immediately fled towards the north. Stop. Cough, cough. Black Phoenix also spat out a few mouthfuls of blood as she chased after him. Empress, let's not chase after him. Let's go find the Celestial Emperor first. Jin Dayu shouted from the side. Jin Dayu's shout made the crazy Mo Yushi suddenly come to her senses. She paused. Just you wait. I'll be back, crazy woman. 7 kills flew towards the Celestial Longevity Realm under the protection of his subordinates. Mo Yushi, on the other hand, turned to look at the Eternal Domain. Jin Dayu, send a letter to the Great Qin City and ask how Yang Chuan is doing. Mo Yushi forced herself to calm down and said. The Great Qin City sent a letter saying that the zombie Celestial Emperor immediately went into seclusion. There's no news at all. Jin Dayu said. No news at all? Nothing at all? The big Phoenix's eyes turned red again. An intense sense of regret welled up in her heart. I shouldn't have come. I shouldn't have gone to the West Outer Continent. If I hadn't come, nothing would have happened to Yang Chuan. Nothing would have happened to him. Mo Yushi's eyes were red with regret. Empress, Crown Prince Fu Su sent a letter asking me to comfort you. No news is the best news, Jin Dayu said. Right. If there's no news, that means that Yang Chuan might not necessarily be dead. I'm going to find him. I'm going to find Yang Chuan, Mo Yushi said anxiously. Mo Yushi endured her grief and flew towards the Eternal Domain. Jin Dayu followed closely behind, You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.